Section 17 of After Dark. This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Oliver Walton. After Dark by Wilkie Collins. The French Governess's Story of Sister Rose. Part 2nd, Chapter 3, Part 2. "My lord the President," began the poor girl firmly. Her next words were drowned in a volley of hisses from the women. "Ah, aristocrat, aristocrat, none of your accursed titles here," was their shrill cry at her. She fronted that cry. She fronted the fierce gestures which accompanied it. With the steady light still in her eyes, with the strange rigidity still fastened on her face, she would have spoken again through the uproar and execration, but her brother's voice overpowered her. "Citizen President," she cried, "I have not concluded. I demand leave to complete my confession. I implore the tribunal to attach no importance to what my sister says. The trouble and terror of this day have shaken her intellects. She is not responsible for her words. I assert it solemnly, in the face of the whole court." The blood flew up into his white face as he made the asseveration. Even at that supreme moment, the great heart of the man reproached him for yielding himself to a deception, though the motive of it was to save his sister's life. "Let her speak! Let her speak!" exclaimed the woman, as Rose, without moving, without looking at her brother, without seeming even to have heard what he said, made a second attempt to address the judges, in spite of Drudaine's interposition. "Silence!" shouted the man with the bludgeon. "Silence, you woman! The citizen president is going to speak." "Prisoner Trudaine has the ear of the court," said the president, "and may continue his confession. If the female prisoner wishes to speak, she may be heard afterward. I enjoin both the accused persons to make short work of it with their addresses to me, or they will make their case worse instead of better. I command silence among the audience, and if I am not obeyed, I will clear the hall. Now, prisoner Trudaine, I invite you to proceed. No more about your sister. Let her speak for herself. Your business and ours is with the man and woman Dubois. Are you, or are you not, ready to tell the court who they are?" "I repeat that I am ready," answered Trudaine. "The citizen Dubois is a servant. The woman Dubois is a mother of the man who denounces me, Superintendent Danville." A low, murmuring, rushing sound of hundreds of exclaiming voices, all speaking half suppressedly at the same moment, followed the delivery of the answer. No officer of the court attempted to control the outburst of astonishment. The infection of it spread to the persons on the platform, to the crier himself, to the judges of the tribunal, lounging, but the moment before, so carelessly silent in their chairs. When the noise was at length quelled, it was subdued in the most instantaneous manner by one man who shouted from the throng behind the president's chair, "Clear the way there! Superintendent Danville is taken ill." A vehement whispering and contending of many voices interrupting each other followed, and then a swaying among the assembly of official people, and then a great stillness. Then the sudden appearance of Danville, alone, at the table. The look of him as he turned his ghastly face towards the audience, silenced and steadied them in an instant, just as they were on the point of falling into fresh confusion. Every one stretched forward eagerly to hear what he would say. His lips moved, but the few words that fell from them were inaudible, except to the persons who happened to be close to him. Having spoken, he left the table supported by a police agency, who was seen to lead him towards the private door of the court, and consequently also towards the prisoner's platform. He stopped, however, halfway, quickly turned his face from the prisoners, and pointing towards the public door at the opposite side of the hall, caused himself to be led out into the air by that direction. When he had gone, the president, addressing himself partly to Trudaine and partly to the audience, said, "The citizen Superintendent Danville has been overcome by the heat in the court. He has retired, by my desire, under the care of a police agent, to recover in the open air, pledging himself to me to come back and throw a new light on the extraordinary and suspicious statement which the prisoner has just made. Until the return of citizen Danville, I order the accused, Trudaine, to suspend any further acknowledgment of complicity which he may have to address me. This matter may be cleared up before other matters are entered on. Meanwhile, in order that the time of the tribunal may not be wasted, I authorize the female prisoner to take this opportunity of making any statement concerning herself which she may wish to address to the judges." "Silence him! Remove him out of the court! Gag him! Guillotine him!" These cries rose from the audience the moment the president had done speaking. They were all directed at Trudaine, who had made a last desperate effort to persuade his sister to keep silent, and had been detected in the attempt by the spectators. "If the prisoner speaks another word to his sister, remove him," said the president, addressing the guard around the platform. Good, we shall hear her at last. Silence, silence, exclaimed the women, settling themselves comfortably on their benches and preparing to resume their work. Rose Danville, the court is waiting to hear you, said the President, crossing his legs and leaning back luxuriously in his large armchair. Amid all the noise and confusion of the last few minutes, Rose had stood ever in the same attitude, with that strangely fixed expression never altering on her face, but once. When her husband had made his way to the side of the table and stood there prominently alone, her lips trembled a little, and a faint shade of colour passed swiftly over her cheeks. Even that slight change had vanished now. She was paler, stiller, more widely altered from her former self than ever as she faced the President and said these words. I wish to follow my brother's example and make my confession, as he has made his. I would rather he had not spoken for me, but he is too generous to say any words except such as he thinks may save me from sharing his punishment. I refuse to be saved unless he is saved with me. Where he goes when he leaves this place, I will go. What he suffers, I will suffer. If he is to die, I believe God will grant me the strength to die resignedly with him. She paused for a moment and half turned towards Trudaine, then checked herself instantly and went on. This is what I now wish to say, as to my share in the offence charged against my brother. Some time ago, he told me one day that he had seen my husband's mother in Paris, disguised as a poor woman, that he had spoken to her and forced her to acknowledge herself. Up to this time, we had all felt certain that she had left France, because she held old-fashioned opinions, which it is dangerous for people to hold now, had left France before we came to Paris. She told my brother she had indeed gone, with an old, tried servant of the family to help and protect her, as far as Marseille, and that, finding unforeseen difficulty there in getting further, she had taken it as a warning from Providence not to desert her son, of whom she was very passionately fond, and from whom she had been most unwilling to depart. Instead of waiting in exile for quieter times, she determined to go and hide herself in Paris, knowing her son was going there too. She assumed the name of her old and faithful servant, who declined to the last to leave her unprotected, and she proposed to live in the strictest secrecy and retirement, watching, unknown, the career of her son, and ready at a moment's notice to disclose herself to him. When the settlement of public affairs might reunite her safety to her beloved child. My brother thought this plan full of danger, both for herself and for her son, and for the honest old man who was risking his head for his mistress' sake. I thought so too, and in an evil hour I said to Louis, Will you try in secret to get my husband's mother away, and see that her faithful servant makes her really leave France this time? I wrongfully asked my brother to do this for a selfish reason of my own, a reason connected with my married life, which had not been a happy one. I had not succeeded in gaining my husband's affection, and was not treated kindly by him. My brother, who had always loved me far more dearly, I'm afraid, than I've ever deserved, my brother increased his kindness to me, seeing me treated unkindly by my husband. This made ill blood between them. My thought when I asked my brother to do for me what I have said was that if we two in secret saved my husband's mother, without danger to him, from imperiling herself and her son, we should, when the time came for speaking of what we had done, appear to my husband in a new and better light. I should have shown how well I deserved his love, and Louis would have shown how well he deserved his brother-in-law's gratitude, and so we should have made home happy at last, and all three have lived together affectionately. This was my thought, and when I told it to my brother and asked him if there would be much risk, out of his kindness and indulgence towards me, he said no. He had so used me to accept sacrifices for my happiness that I let him endanger himself to help me in my little household plan. I repent this bitterly now. I ask his pardon with my whole heart. If he is acquitted, I shall try to show myself worthier of his love. If he is found guilty, I too will go to the scaffold and die with my brother, who risked his life for my sake. She ceased as quietly as she began, and turned once more to her brother. As she looked away from the court and looked at him, a few tears came into her eyes, and something of the old softness of form and gentleness of expression seemed to return to her face. He let her take his hand, but he seemed purposely to avoid meeting the anxious gaze she fixed on him. His head sunk on her breast. He drew his breath heavily. His countenance darkened and grew distorted, as if he was suffering some sharp pang of physical pain. He bent down a little, and, leaning his elbow on the rail before him, covered his face with his hand, and so quelled the rising agony, so forced back the scalding tears to his heart. The audience had heard Rose in silence, and they preserved the same tranquillity when she had done. This was a rare tribute to a prisoner from the people of the Reign of Terror. The President looked round to his colleagues and shook his head suspiciously. "This statement of the female prisoners complicates the matter very seriously," he said. "Is there anybody in court," he added, looking at the persons behind his chair, "who knows where the mother of Superintendent Danville and the servant are now?" Lomaque came forward to the appeal and placed himself by the table. "Why, citizen agent," continued the President, looking hard at him, "are you overcome by the heat too?" "The fit seemed to take him, citizen President, when the female prisoner had made an end of her statement," exclaimed Magloire, pressing forward officiously. Lomaque gave his subordinate a look which sent the man back directly to the shelter of the official group, and then said in lower tones that were customary to him, "I have received information relative to the mother of Superintendent Danville and the servant, and am now ready to answer any questions that may be put to me." "Where are they now?" asked the President. "She and the servant are known to have crossed the frontier, and are supposed to be on their way to Cologne, but since they entered Germany, their whereabouts is necessarily a matter of uncertainty to the Republican authorities." "Have you any information relevant to the conduct of the old servant while he was in Paris?" "I have information enough to prove that he was not an object for political suspicion. He seems to have simply animated by servile zeal for the woman's interests, to have performed for her all the menial offices of a servant in private, and to have misled the neighbours by affected equality with her in public." "Have you any reason to believe that Superintendent Danville was privy to his mother's first attempt at escaping from France?" "I infer it what the female prisoner has said, and that for other reasons, which it would be irregular to detain before the tribunal. The proofs can no doubt be obtained if I am to allow time to communicate with the authorities at Lyons and Marseille." At this moment Danville re-entered the court, and advancing to the table, placed himself close to the chief agent's side. They looked each other steadily in the face for an instant. "He has recovered from the shock of Trudaine's answer," thought Lomaque, retiring. "His hand trembles, his face is pale, and I can see regained self-possession in his eyes, and I dread the consequences already." "Citizen President," began Danville, "I demand to know if anything has transpired affecting my honour and patriotism in my absence." He spoke apparently with the most perfect calmness, but he looked nobody in the face. His eyes were fixed steadily on the green baize of the chair beneath him. "The female prisoner has made a statement, referring principally to herself and her brother," answered the President, "but incidentally mentioning a previous attempt on your mother's part to break existing laws by emigrating from France. This portion of the confession contains in it some elements of suspicion which seriously affect you. They shall be suspicious no longer. At my own peril I will change them to certainties," exclaimed Danville, extending his arm theatrically, and looking up for the first time. "Citizen President, I avow it with the fearless frankness of a good patriot. I was privy to my mother's first attempt at escaping from France." Hisses and cries of execration followed this confession. He winced under them at first, but recovering his self-possession before silence was restored. "Citizens, you have heard the confession of my fault," he resumed, turning with desperate assurance towards the audience. "Now hear the atonement I have made for it at the altar of my country." He waited at the end of that sentence until the secretary to the tribunal had done writing it down in the report book of the court. "Transcribe faithfully to the letter," cried Danville, pointing solemnly to the open page of the volume. "Life and death hang on to my word." The secretary took a fresh dip of ink, and nodded to show that he was ready. Danville went on. "In these words of glory and trial for France," he proceeded, pitching his voice to a tone of deep emotion, "where are all good citizens most sacredly bound to immolate their dearest private affections and interests before their public duties. On the first attempt of my mother to violate the laws against emigration, by escaping from France, I failed in making the heroic sacrifices which inexorable patriotism demanded from me. My situation was more terrible than the situation of Brutus, sitting in judgment of his own sons. I had not the Roman fortitude to rise equal to it. I erred, citizens, I erred as Coriolanus did, when his august mother pleaded with him for the safety of Rome. For that error I deserved to be purged out of the Republican community, but I escaped my merited punishment. Nay, I even rose to the honour of holding an office under the government. Time passed, and again my mother attempted an escape from France. Again inevitable fate brought my civic virtue to the test. How did I meet this second supremest trial? By an atonement for past weakness, terrible as the trial itself. Citizens, you will shudder, but you will applaud whilst you tremble. Citizens, look, and whilst you look, remember well the evidence given at the opening of this case. Yonder stands the enemy of his country, who intrigued to help my mother to escape. Here stands the patriot son, whose voice was the first, the only voice to denounce himself for the crime. As he spoke, he pointed to Trudaine, then struck himself on the breast and folded his arms, and looked sternly at the benches occupied by the spectators. "Do you assert," exclaimed the President, "that at the time when you denounced Trudaine, you knew him to be intriguing to aid your mother's escape?" "I assert it," answered Danville. The pen which the President held dropped from his hand at that reply. His colleagues started and looked at each other in blank silence. A murmur of "Monster! Monster!" began from the prisoner on the platform, and spread instantly to the audience, who echoed and echoed it again. The fiercest women Republican on the benches joined cause at last with the haughtiest women aristocrats on the platform. Even in that sphere of direct discords, in that age of sharpest enemies, the one touch of nature preserved its old eternal virtue, and roused the mother instinct which makes the whole world kin. Of the few persons in the court who at once foresaw the effect of Danville's answer on the proceedings of the tribunal, Lomaque was one. His sallow face whitened as he looked towards the prisoner's platform. "They are lost," he murmured to himself, moving out of the group in which he had hitherto stood. "Lost! The lie which had saved that villain's head leaves them without the shadow of a hope. No need to stop for the sentence." Danville's infamous presence of mind had given them up to the guillotine. Pronouncing these words, he went out hurriedly to a door near the platform, which led to the prisoner's waiting-room. Rosa's head sank against her brother's shoulder. She shuddered, and leaned back faintly on the arm which extended to support her. One of the female prisoners tried to help Trudaine in speaking consolingly to her, but the consummation of her husband's perfidy seemed to have paralysed her at heart. She murmured once in her brother's ear, "Louis, I am resigned to die. Nothing but death is left for me, after the degradation of having loved that man." She said those words and closed her eyes wearily, and spoke no more. "One other question, and you may retire," resumed the President, addressing Danville. "Were you cognizant to your wife's connections with her brother's conspiracy?" Danville reflected for a moment, remembered that there were witnesses in court who could speak to his language and behaviour on the evening of his wife's arrest, and resolved this time to tell the truth. "I was not aware of it," he answered. "Testimony in my favour can be called, which will prove that my wife's compliancy was discovered when I was absent from Paris." Heartlessly self-possessed as he was, the public reception of his last reply had shaken his nerve. He now spoke in low tones, turning his back on the spectators, and fixing his eyes again on the green baize of the table at which he stood. "Prisoners, have you any objection to make? Any evidence to call invalidating the statement by which Citizen Danville has cleared himself of suspicion?" inquired the President. "He has cleared himself by the most execrable of all falsehoods," answered Trudaine. "If his mother could be traced and brought here, her testimony would prove it." "Can you produce any other evidence in support of your allegation?" asked the President. "I cannot." "Citizen Superintendent Danville, you are at liberty to retire. Your statement will be laid down before the authority to whom you are officially responsible. Either you merit civic crown for more than Roman virtue, or, having got this far—" The President stopped abruptly, as if unwilling to commit himself too soon to an opinion, and merely repeated, "You may retire." Danville left the court immediately, going out again by the public door. He was followed by murmurs from the women's bench, which soon ceased, however, when the President was observed to close his notebook and turn round toward his colleagues. "The sentence!" was the general whisper now. "Hush, hush, the sentence!" After a consultation of a few minutes with the persons behind him, the President rose and spoke the momentous words. "Louis Trudaine and Rose Danville, the Revolutionary Tribunal, having heard the charge against you, and having weighed the value of what you have said in answer to it, decides that you are both guilty and condemns you to the penalty of death." Having delivered the sentence in those terms, he stood down again and placed a mark against the two first condemned names on the list of prisoners. Immediately afterward the next case was called upon, and the curiosity of the audience was was stimulated by a new trial. End of section 17.
Section 18 of After Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah. After Dark by Wilkie Collins. The French Governess's Story of Sister Rose, Part 2nd, Chapter 4. The waiting room of the Revolutionary Tribunal was a grim, bare place, with a dirty stone floor and benches running round the walls. The windows were high and barred, and at the outer door leading into the street, 2 sentinels kept watch. On entering this comfortless retreat from the court, Lomaque found it perfectly empty. Solitude was just then welcome to him. He remained in the waiting room, walking slowly from end to end over the filthy pavement, talking eagerly and incessantly to himself. After a while, the door communicating with the tribunal opened, and the hump-backed jailer made his appearance, leading in Trudaine and Rose. "You will have to wait here," said the little man, "till the rest of them have been tried and sentenced, and then you will all go back to prison in a lump. Ha, citizen," he continued, observing Lomaque at the other end of the hall and bustling up to him, "here still, hey? If you were going to stop much longer, I should ask a favor of you." "I am in no hurry," said Lomaque, with a glance at the 2 prisoners. "Good," cried the humpback, drawing his hand across his mouth. "I am parched with thirst, and dying to moisten my throat at the wine shop over the way. Just mind that man and woman while I'm gone, will you? It's the merest form. There's a guard outside. The windows are barred. The tribunal is within hail. Do you mind obliging me?" "On the contrary, I am glad of the opportunity." "That's a good fellow. And remember, if I am asked for, you must say I was obliged to quit the court for a few minutes, and left you in charge." With these words, the humpbacked jailer ran off to the wine shop. He had scarcely disappeared before Trudaine crossed the room and caught Lomaque by the arm. "Save her," he whispered. "There is an opportunity. Save her." His face was flushed, his eyes wandered, his breath on the chief agent's cheek, while he spoke, felt scorching hot. "Save her," he repeated, shaking Lomaque by the arm and dragging him toward the door. "Remember all you owe to my father. Remember our talk on that bench by the river. Remember what you said to me yourself on the night of the arrest. Don't wait to think. Save her, and leave me without a word. If I die alone, I can die as a man should. If she goes to the scaffold by my side, my heart will fail me. I shall die the death of a coward. I have lived for her life. Let me die for it, and I die happy." He tried to say more, but the violence of his agitation forbade it. He could only shake the arm he held again and again, and point to the bench on which Rose sat, her head sunk on her bosom, her hands crossed listlessly on her lap. "There are 2 armed sentinels outside. The windows are barred. You are without weapons, and even if you had them, there is a guard-house within hail on one side of you, and the tribunal on the other. Escape from this room is impossible," answered Lomaque. "Impossible," repeated the other furiously. "You traitor! You coward! Can you look at her sitting there helpless, her very life ebbing away already with every minute that passes, and tell me coolly that escape is impossible?" In the frenzy of his grief and despair, he lifted his disengaged hand threateningly while he spoke. Lomaque caught him by the wrist and drew him toward a window open at the top. "You are not in your right senses," said the chief agent, firmly. "Anxiety and apprehension on your sister's account have shaken your mind. Try to compose yourself and listen to me. I have something important to say." Trudaine looked at him incredulously. Important, continued Lomaque, as affecting your sister's interests at this terrible crisis. That last appeal had an instantaneous effect. Trudaine's outstretched hand dropped to his side, and a sudden change passed over his expression. "Give me a moment," he said faintly, and turning away, leaned against the wall and pressed his burning forehead on the chill, damp stone. He did not raise his head again till he had mastered himself, and could say quietly, "Speak, I am fit to hear you, and sufficiently in my senses to ask your forgiveness for what I said just now." "When I left the tribunal and entered this room," Lomaque began in a whisper, "there was no thought in my mind that could be turned to good account, either for your sister or for you. I was fit for nothing but to deplore the failure of the confession which I came to Saint Lazare to suggest to you as your best plan of defense. Since then, an idea has struck me which may be useful, an idea so desperate, so uncertain, involving a proposal so absolutely dependent as to its successful execution on the merest chance, that I refuse to confide it to you except on one condition." "Mention the condition. I submit to it beforehand." "Give me your word of honor that you will not mention what I am about to say to your sister until I grant you permission to speak. Promise me that when you see her shrinking before the terrors of death tonight, you will have self-restraint enough to abstain from breathing a word of hope to her. I ask this because there are 10, 20, 50 chances to 1 that there is no hope." "I have no choice but to promise," answered Trudaine. Lomaque produced his pocket-book and pencil before he spoke again. "I will enter into particulars as soon as I have asked a strange question of you," he said. "You have been a great experimenter in chemistry in your time. Is your mind calm enough, at such a trying moment as this, to answer a question which is connected with chemistry in a very humble way? You seem astonished. Let me put the question at once. Is there any liquid or powder or combination of more than one ingredient known, which will remove writing from paper and leave no stain behind?" "Certainly. But is that all the question? Is there no greater difficulty?" "None. Write the prescription, whatever it may be, on that leaf," said the other, giving him the pocket-book. "Write it down, with plain directions for use." Trudaine obeyed. "This is the first step," continued Lomaque, putting the book in his pocket, "toward the accomplishment of my purpose, my uncertain purpose, remember. Now listen. I am going to put my own head in danger for the chance of saving yours and your sister's by tampering with the death list. Don't interrupt me. If I can save one, I can save the other. Not a word about gratitude. Wait till you know the extent of your obligation. I tell you plainly, at the outset, there is a motive of despair, as well as a motive of pity, at the bottom of the action in which I am now about to engage. Silence! I insist on it. Our time is short. It is for me to speak, and for you to listen. The president of the tribunal has put the death mark against your names on the prison list of today. That list, when the trials are over, and it is marked to the end, will be called in this room before you are taken to Saint Lazare. It will then be sent to Robespierre, who will keep it, having a copy made of it the moment it is delivered, for circulation among his colleagues, Saint Just and the rest. It is my business to make a duplicate of this copy in the first instance. The duplicate will be compared with the original, and possibly with the copy too, either by Robespierre himself or by someone in whom he can place implicit trust, and will then be sent to Saint Lazare without passing through my hands again. It will be read in public the moment it is received at the grating of the prison, and will afterward be kept by the jailer, who will refer to it, as he goes round in the evening, with a piece of chalk, to mark the cell doors of the prisoners destined for the guillotine tomorrow. That duty happens today to fall to the hunchback whom you saw speaking to me. He is a confirmed drinker, and I mean to tempt him with such wine as he rarely tastes. If, after the reading of the list in public, and before the marking of the cell doors, I can get him to sit down to the bottle, I will answer for making him drunk, for getting the list out of his pocket, and for wiping your names out of it with the prescription you have just written for me. I shall write all the names, one under another, just irregularly enough in my duplicate to prevent the interval left by the erasure from being easily observed. If I succeed in this, your door will not be marked, and your names will not be called tomorrow morning when the tumbrils come for the guillotine. In the present confusion of prisoners pouring in every day for trial, and prisoners pouring out every day for execution, you will have the best possible chance of security against awkward inquiries, if you play your cards properly, for a good fortnight or 10 days at least. In that time— "Well, well," cried Trudaine eagerly. Lomaque looked toward the tribunal door, and lowered his voice to a fainter whisper before he continued. "In that time Robespierre's own head may fall into the sack. France is beginning to sicken under the reign of terror. Frenchmen of the moderate faction, who have lain hidden for months in cellars and lofts, are beginning to steal out and deliberate by twos and threes together, under cover of the night. Robespierre has not ventured for weeks past to face the Convention Committee. He only speaks among his own friends at the Jacobins. There are rumors of a terrible discovery made by Carnot, of a desperate resolution taken by Tallien. Men watching behind the scenes see that the last days of the Terror are at hand. If Robespierre is beaten in the approaching struggle, you are saved, for the new reign must be a reign of mercy. If he conquers, I have only put off the date of your death and your sister's, and have laid my own neck under the axe. Those are your chances. This is all I can do." He paused, and Trudaine again endeavored to speak such words as might show that he was not unworthy of the deadly risk which Lomaque was prepared to encounter. But once more the chief agent peremptorily and irritably interposed. "I tell you for the third time," he said, "I will listen to no expressions of gratitude from you till I know when I deserve them. It is true that I recollect your father's timely kindness to me, true that I have not forgotten what passed 5 years since at your house by the riverside. I remember everything, down to what you would consider the veriest trifle, that cup of coffee, for instance, which your sister kept hot for me. I told you then that you would think better of me some day. I know that you do now, but this is not all. You want to glorify me to my face for risking my life for you. I won't hear you, because my risk is of the paltriest kind. I am weary of my life. I can't look back to it with pleasure. I am too old to look forward to what is left of it with hope. There was something in that night at your house before the wedding, something in what you said, in what your sister did, which altered me. I have had my days of gloom and self-reproach from time to time since then. I have sickened at my slavery and subjection and duplicity and cringing, first under one master, then under another. I have longed to look back at my life and comfort myself with the sight of some good action, just as a frugal man comforts himself with the sight of his little savings laid by in an old drawer. I can't do this, and I want to do it. The want takes me like a fit at uncertain intervals, suddenly, under the most incomprehensible influences. A glance up at the blue sky, starlight over the houses of this great city, when I look out at the night from my garret window, a child's voice coming suddenly, I don't know where from, the piping of my neighbor's linnet in his little cage, now one trifling thing, now another, wakes up that want in me in a moment. Rascal as I am, those few simple words your sister spoke to the judge went through and through me like a knife. Strange in a man like me, isn't it? I am amazed at it myself. My life? Bah! I've let it out for hire to be kicked about by rascals from one dirty place to another like a football. It's my whim to give it a last kick myself and throw it away decently before it lodges on the dunghill forever. Your sister kept a good cup of coffee hot for me, and I give her a bad life in return for the compliment. You want to thank me for it. What folly! Thank me when I have done something useful. Don't thank me for that." He snapped his fingers contemptuously as he spoke, and walked away to the outer door to receive the jailer, who returned at that moment. "Well," inquired the hunchback, "has anybody asked for me?" "No," answered Lomaque, "not a soul has entered the room. What sort of wine did you get?" "So. Good at a pinch, friend, good at a pinch." "Ah, you should go to my shop and try a certain cask, filled with a particular vintage." "What shop? Which vintage?" "I can't stop to tell you now, but we shall most likely meet again to-day. I expect to be at the prison this afternoon. Shall I ask for you?" "Good! I won't forget." With those farewell words he went out, and never so much as looked back at the prisoners before he closed the door. Trudaine returned to his sister, fearful lest his face should betray what had passed during the extraordinary interview between Lomaque and himself. But whatever change there might be in his expression, Rose did not seem to notice it. She was still strangely inattentive to all outward things. That spirit of resignation, which is the courage of women in all great emergencies, seemed now to be the one animating spirit that fed the flame of life within her. When her brother sat down by her, she only took his hand gently and said, "Let us stop together like this, Louis, until the time comes. I am not afraid of it, for I have nothing but you to make me love life, and you too are going to die. Do you remember the time when I used to grieve that I never had a child to be some comfort to me? I was thinking a moment ago how terrible it would have been now if my wish had been granted. It is a blessing for me, in this great misery, that I am childless. Let us talk of old days, Louis, as long as we can, not of my husband or my marriage, only of the old times, before I was a burden and a trouble to you. End of section 18. Section 19 of After Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. After Dark by Wilkie Collins. The French Governess's Story of Sister Rose, Part 2, Chapter 5. The day wore on. By ones and twos and threes at a time, the condemned prisoners came from the tribunal and collected in the waiting room. At 2:00 all was ready for the calling over of the death list. It was read and verified by an officer of the court, and then the jailer took his prisoners back to St. Lazare. Evening came. The prisoners' meal had been served. The duplicate of the death list had been read in public at the grate. The cell doors were all locked. From the day of their arrest, Rose and her brother, partly through the influence of a bribe, partly through Lomaque's intercession, had been confined together in one cell, and together they now awaited the dread event of the morrow. To Rose that event was death. Death, to the thought of which, at least, she was now resigned. To Trudaine the fast-nearing future was darkening hour by hour with the uncertainty which is worse than death, with the faint, fearful, unpartaken suspense which keeps the mind ever on the rack and wears away the heart slowly. Through the long, unsolaced agony of that dreadful night, but one relief came to him. The tension of every nerve, the crushing weight of the one fatal oppression that clung to every thought, relaxed a little when Rose's bodily powers began to sink under her mental exhaustion, when her sad, dying talk of the happy times that were past ceased softly, and she laid her head on his shoulder, and let the angel of slumber take her yet for a little while, even though she lay already under the shadow of the angel of death. The morning came, and the hot summer sunrise. What life was left in the terror-struck city awoke for the day faintly, and still the suspense of the long night remained unlightened. It was drawing near the hour when the tumbrils were to come for the victims doomed on the day before. Trudaine's ear could detect even the faintest sound in the echoing prison region outside his cell. Soon, listening near the door, he heard voices disputing on the other side of it. Suddenly the bolts were drawn back, the key turned in the lock, and he found himself standing face to face with the hunchback and one of the subordinate attendants on the prisoners. "Look," muttered this last man sulkily, "there they are, safe in their cell, just as I said. But I tell you again they are not down in the list. What do you mean by bullying me about not chalking their door last night along with the rest? Catch me doing your work for you again when you're too drunk to do it yourself." "Hold your tongue, and let me have another look at the list," returned the hunchback, turning away from the cell door and snatching a slip of paper from the other's hand. "The devil take me if I can make head or tail of it," he exclaimed, scratching his head after a careful examination of the list. "I could swear that I read over their names at the grate yesterday afternoon with my own lips, and yet, look as long as I may, I certainly can't find them written down here. Give us a pinch, friend. Am I awake or dreaming? Drunk or sober this morning?" "Sober, I hope," said a quiet voice at his elbow. "I have just looked in to see how you are after yesterday." "How I am, Citizen Lomaque?" Petrified with astonishment. "You yourself took charge of that man and woman for me in the waiting room yesterday morning, and as for myself, I could swear to having read their names at the grate yesterday afternoon. Yet this morning here are no such things as these said names to be found in the list. What do you think of that?" "And what do you think," interrupted the aggrieved subordinate, "of his having the impudence to bully me for being careless in chalking the doors, when he was too drunk to do it himself, too drunk to know his right hand from his left? If I wasn't the best-natured man in the world, I should report him to the head jailer." "Quite right of you to excuse him, and quite wrong of him to bully you," said Lomaque, persuasively. "Take my advice," he continued confidentially to the hunchback, "and don't trust too implicitly to that slippery memory of yours, after our little drinking bout yesterday. You could not really have read their names at the grate, you know, or of course they would be down on the list. As for the waiting room at the tribunal, a word in your ear. Chief agents of police know strange secrets. The president of the court condemns and pardons in public, but there is somebody else, with the power of 10,000 presidents, who now and then condemns and pardons in private. You can guess who. I say no more, except that I recommend you to keep your head on your shoulders by troubling it about nothing but the list there in your hand. Stick to that literally, and nobody can blame you. Make a fuss about mysteries that don't concern you, and—" Lomaque stopped, and holding his hand edgewise, let it drop significantly over the hunchback's head. That action and the hints which preceded it seemed to bewilder the little man more than ever. He stared perplexedly at Lomaque, uttered a word or two of rough apology to his subordinate, and, rolling his misshapen head portentously, walked away with the death list crumpled up nervously in his hand. "I should like to have a sight of them, and see if they really are the same man and woman whom I looked after yesterday morning in the waiting room," said Lomaque, putting his hand on the cell door, just as the deputy jailer was about to close it again. "Look in, by all means," said the man. "No doubt you will find that drunken booby as wrong in what he told you about them as he is about everything else." Lomaque made use of the privilege granted to him immediately. He saw Trudaine sitting with his sister in the corner of the cell furthest from the door, evidently for the purpose of preventing her from overhearing the conversation outside. There was an unsettled look, however, in her eyes, a slowly heightening color in her cheeks, which showed her to be at least vaguely aware that something unusual had been taking place in the corridor. Lomaque beckoned to Trudaine to leave her, and whispered to him, "The prescription has worked well. You are safe for to-day. Break the news to your sister as gently as you can. Danville—" He stopped and listened till he satisfied himself, by the sound of the deputy jailer's footsteps, that the man was lounging toward the further end of the corridor. "Danville," he resumed, "after having mixed with the people outside the grate yesterday, and having heard your names read, was arrested in the evening by secret order from Robespierre, and sent to the Temple. What charge will be laid to him, or when he will be brought to trial, it is impossible to say. I only know that he is arrested. Hush! Don't talk now. My friend outside is coming back. Keep quiet. Hope everything from the chances and changes of public affairs, and comfort yourself with the thought that you are both safe for to-day." "And to-morrow?" whispered Trudaine. "Don't think of to-morrow," returned Lomaque, turning away hurriedly to the door. "Let to-morrow take care of itself." End of section 19.
Section 20 of After Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. After Dark by Wilkie Collins. The French Governess's Story of Sister Rose. Part Third, Chapter 1, Part 1. On a spring morning in the year 1798, the public conveyance then running between Chalons-sur-Marne and Paris sat down one of its outside passengers at the first post station beyond Meaux. The traveller, an old man, looking about him hesitatingly for a moment or two, betook himself to a little inn opposite the post-house, known by the sign of the Piebald Horse, and kept by the widow Duval, a woman who enjoyed and deserved the reputation of being the fastest talker and the best maker of gibelotte in the whole locality. Although the traveller was carelessly noticed by the village idlers, and received without ceremony by the widow Duval, he was by no means so ordinary and uninteresting a stranger as the rustics of the place were pleased to consider him. The time had been when this quiet, elderly, unobtrusive applicant for refreshment at the Piebald Horse was trusted with the darkest secrets of the Reign of Terror, and was admitted at all times and seasons to speak face to face with Maximilian Robespierre himself. The widow Duval and the hangers-on in front of the post-house would have been all astonished indeed if any well-informed personage from the metropolis had been present to tell them that the modest old traveller with the shabby little carpet-bag was an ex-chief agent of the secret police of Paris. Between 3 and 4 years had elapsed since Lomaque had exercised for the last time his official functions under the Reign of Terror. His shoulders had contracted an extra stoop, and his hair had all fallen off except at the sides and back of his head. In other respects, however, advancing age seemed to have improved rather than deteriorated him in personal appearance. His complexion looked healthier, his expression cheerfuller, his eyes brighter than they had ever been of late years. He walked, too, with a brisker step than the step of old times in the police office, and his dress, though it certainly did not look like the costume of a man in affluent circumstances, was cleaner and far more nearly worn than ever it had been in the past days of his political employment at Paris. He sat down alone in the inn parlour, and occupied the time, while his hostess had gone to fetch the half bottle of wine that he ordered, in examining a dirty old card, which he extricated from a mass of papers in his pocket-book, and which bore written on it these lines: "When the troubles are over, do not forget those who remember you with eternal gratitude. Stop at the first post station beyond Meaux, on the high road to Paris, and ask at the inn for Citizen Morris, whenever you wish to see us or to hear of us again." "Pray," inquired Lomaque, putting the card in his pocket when the Widow Duval brought in the wine, "can you inform me whether a person named Morris lives anywhere in this neighbourhood?" "Can I inform you?" repeated the voluble widow. "Of course I can. Citizen Morris and the citoyenne, his amiable sister, who is not to be passed over because you don't mention her, my honest man, lives within 10 minutes' walk of my house. A charming cottage in a charming situation, inhabited by 2 charming people, so quiet, so retiring, such excellent pay. I supply them with everything: fowls, eggs, bread, butter, vegetables, not that they eat much of anything, wine, which they don't drink half enough of to do them good. In short, I victual the dear little hermitage, and love the 2 amiable recluses with all my heart. Oh, they have had their troubles, poor people, the sister especially, though they never talk about them. When they first came to live in our neighbourhood, I beg pardon, citoyenne, but if you would only be so kind as to direct me, which is 3, no 4, no 3 years and a half ago, in short, just after the time when that Satan of a man Robespierre had his head cut off, and serve him right, I said to my husband, who was on his last legs then, poor man, she'll die, meaning the lady. She didn't, though. My fowls, eggs, bread, butter, vegetables, and wine carried her through, always in combination with the anxious care of Citizen Morris. Yes, yes, let us be tenderly conscientious in giving credit where credit is due. Let us never forget that the Citizen Morris contributed something to the cure of the interesting invalid, as well as the victuals and drink from the piebald horse. There she is now, the prettiest little woman in the prettiest little cottage. Where? Will you be so obliging as to tell me where? And in excellent health, except that she is subject now and then to nervous attacks, having evidently, as I believe, been struck with some dreadful fright, most likely during that accursed time of the Terror, for they came from Paris. You don't drink, honest man. Why don't you drink? Very, very pretty, in a pale way, figure perhaps too thin. Let me pour it out for you. But an angel of gentleness, and attached in such a touching way to the Citizen Morris. Citizen hostess, will you or will you not tell me where they live? You droll little man, why did you not ask me that before if you wanted to know? Finish your wine and come to the door. There's your change, and thank you for your custom, though 'tisn't much. Come to the door, I say, and don't interrupt me. You're an old man. Can you see 40 yards before you? Yes, you can. Don't be peevish. That never did anybody any good yet. Now look back along the road where I am pointing. You see a large heap of stones? Good. On the other side of the heap of stones there is a little path. You can't see that, but you can remember what I tell you? Good. You go down the path till you get to a stream, down the stream till you get to a bridge, down the other bank of the stream after crossing the bridge, till you get to an old water-mill, a jewel of a water-mill, famous for miles round. Artists from the 4 quarters of the globe are always coming to sketch it. Ah, what? You're getting peevish again. You won't wait? Impatient old man, what a life your wife must lead, if you've got one. Remember the bridge. Oh, your poor wife and children, I pity them, your daughters especially. Pst, pst, remember the bridge, peevish old man, remember the bridge. Walking as fast as he could out of hearing of the Widow Duval's tongue, Lomaque took the path by the heap of stones which led out of the high road, crossed the stream, and arrived at the old water-mill. Close by it stood a cottage, a rough, simple building, with a strip of garden in the front. Lamarck's observant eyes marked the graceful arrangement of the flower beds and the delicate whiteness of the curtains that hung behind the badly glazed narrow windows. "This must be the place," he said to himself as he knocked at the door with his stick. "I can see the traces of her hand before I cross the threshold." The door was opened. "Pray, does Citizen Morris," Lomaque began, not seeing clearly for the first moment in the dark little passage. Before he could say any more, his hand was grasped, his carpet-bag was taken from him, and a well-known voice cried, "Welcome! 1,000,000 times welcome at last! Citizen Morris is not at home, but Louis Trudaine takes his place, and is overjoyed to see once more the best and dearest of his friends. I hardly know you again. How you are altered for the better!" exclaimed Lomaque, as they entered the parlour of the cottage. "Remember that you see me after a long freedom from anxiety. Since I have lived here, I have gone to rest at night, and have not been afraid of the morning," replied Trudaine. He went out into the passage while he spoke, and called at the foot of the one flight of stairs which the cottage possessed, "Rose, Rose, come down! The friend whom you most wish to see has arrived at last." She answered the summons immediately. The frank, friendly warmth of her greeting, her resolute determination, after the first inquiries were over, to help the guest to take off his upper coat with her own hands, so confused and delighted Lomaque that he hardly knew which way to turn or what to say. "This is even more trying, in a pleasant way, to a lonely old fellow like me," he was about to add, "than the unexpected civility of the hot cup of coffee years ago." But remembering what recollections even that trifling circumstance might recall, he checked himself. "More trying than what?" asked Rose, leading him to a chair. "Oh, I forget. I'm in my dotage already," he answered confusedly. "I have not got used just yet to the pleasure of seeing your kind face again." It was indeed a pleasure to look at that face now, after Lomaque's last experience of it. 3 years of repose, though they had not restored to Rose those youthful attractions which she had lost for ever in the days of the Terror, had not passed without leaving kindly outward traces of their healing progress. Though the girlish roundness had not returned to her cheeks, or the girlish delicacy of colour to her complexion, her eyes had recovered much of their old softness, and her expression all of its old winning charm. What was left of latent sadness in her face, and of significant quietness in her manner, remained gently and harmlessly, remained rather to show what had been once than what was now. When they were all seated, there was, however, something like a momentary return to the suspense and anxiety of past days in their faces, as Trudaine, looking earnestly at Lomaque, asked, "Do you bring any news from Paris?" "None," he replied, "but excellent news instead from Rouen. I have heard accidentally, through the employer whom I have been serving since we parted, that your old house by the riverside is to let again." Rose started from her chair. "Oh, Louis, if we could only live there once more! My flower garden?" she continued to Lomaque. "Cultivated throughout," he answered, "by the late proprietor." "And the laboratory?" added her brother. "Left standing," said Lomaque. "Here is a letter with all the particulars. You may depend upon them, for the writer is the person charged with the letting of the house." Trudaine looked over the letter eagerly. "The price is not beyond our means," he said. "After our 3 years' economy here, we can afford to give something for a great pleasure." "Oh, what a day of happiness it will be when we go home again!" cried Rose. "Pray write to your friend at once," she added, addressing Lomaque, "and say we take the house before any one else is beforehand with us." He nodded, and folding up the letter mechanically in the old official form, made a note on it in the old official manner. Trudaine observed the action, and felt its association with past times of trouble and terror. His face grew grave again, as he said to Lomaque, "And is this good news really all the news of importance you have to tell us?" Lomaque hesitated, and fidgeted in his chair. "What other news I have will bear keeping," he replied. "There are many questions I should like to ask first about your sister and yourself. Do you mind allowing me to refer for a moment to the time when we last met?" He addressed this inquiry to Rose, who answered in the negative, but her voice seemed to falter even in saying the one word "no." She turned her head away when she spoke, and Lomaque noticed that her hands trembled as she took up some work lying on a table near, and hurriedly occupied herself with it. "We speak as little about that time as possible," said Trudaine, looking significantly toward his sister. "But we have some questions to ask you in our turn, so the allusion for this once is inevitable. Your sudden disappearance at the very crisis of that time of danger has not yet been fully explained to us. The one short note which you left behind you helped us to guess at what had happened, rather than to understand it." "I can easily explain it now," answered Lomaque. "The sudden overthrow of the Reign of Terror, which was salvation to you, was destruction to me. The new republican reign was a reign of mercy, except for the tale of Robespierre, as the phrase ran then. Every man who had been so wicked or so unfortunate as to be involved, even in the meanest capacity, with the machinery of the government of terror, was threatened, and justly, with the fate of Robespierre. I, among others, fell under this menace of death. I deserved to die, and should have resigned myself to the guillotine but for you. From the course taken by public events, I knew you would be saved, and although your safety was the work of circumstances, still I had a hand in rendering it possible at the outset. And a yearning came over me to behold you both free again with my own eyes, a selfish yearning to see in you a living, breathing, real result of the one good impulse of my heart, which I could look back on with satisfaction. This desire gave me a new interest in life. I resolved to escape death if it were possible. For 10 days I lay hidden in Paris. After that, thanks to certain scraps of useful knowledge which my experience in the office of secret police had given me, I succeeded in getting clear of Paris, and in making my way safely to Switzerland. The rest of my story is so short and so soon told that I may as well get it over at once. The only relation I knew of in the world to apply to was a cousin of mine, whom I had never seen before, established as a silk mercer at Berne. I threw myself on this man's mercy. He discovered that I was likely, with my business habits, to be of some use to him, and he took me into his house. I worked for what he pleased to give me, travelled about for him in Switzerland, deserved his confidence, and won it, till within the last few months I remained with him, and only left my employment to enter by my master's own desire the house of his brother, established also as a silk mercer at Chalons-sur-Marne. in the counting-house of this merchant. I am corresponding clerk, and am only able to come and see you now by offering to undertake a special business mission for my employer at Paris. It is drudgery at my time of life, after all I have gone through, but my hard work is innocent work. I am not obliged to cringe for every crown piece I put in my pocket, not bound to denounce, deceive, and dog to death other men, before I can earn my bread and scrape together money enough to bury me. I am ending a bad, base life harmlessly at last. It is a poor thing to do, but it is something done, and even that contents a man at my age. In short, I am happier than I used to be, or at least less ashamed when I look people like you in the face." "Hush, hush!" interrupted Rose, laying her hand on his arm. "I cannot allow you to talk of yourself in that way, even in jest." "I was speaking in earnest," answered Lomaque quietly. "But I won't weary you with any more words about myself. My story is told." End of section 20.
Section 21 of After Dark by Wilkie Collins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. After Dark by Wilkie Collins. The French Governess's Story of Sister Rose. Part 3rd. Chapter 1. Part 2. Again Lomaque fidgeted and hesitated. Is it not a little hard on an old man to be always asking questions of him, and never answering one of his inquiries in return? He said to Rose, very gaily as to manner, but rather uneasily as to look. He will not speak out till we two are alone, thought Trudaine. It is best to risk nothing, and to humour him. Come, come, he said aloud, no grumbling. I admit that it is your turn to hear our story now, and I will do my best to gratify you. But before I begin, he added, turning to his sister, let me suggest, Rose, that if you have any household matters to settle upstairs— I know what you mean, she interrupted hurriedly, taking up the work which, during the last few minutes, she had allowed to drop into her lap, but I am stronger than you think. I can face the worst of our recollections composedly. Go on, Louis, pray go on. I am quite fit to stop and hear you. You know what we suffered in the first days of our suspense after the success of your stratagem, said Trudaine, turning to Lomaque. I think it was on the evening after we had seen you for the last time at Saint-Lazare that strange, confused rumors of an impending convulsion in Paris first penetrated within our prison walls. During the next few days, the faces of our jailers were enough to show us that those rumors were true, and that the reign of terror was actually threatened with overthrow at the hands of the moderate party. We had hardly time to hope everything from this blessed change before the tremendous news of Robespierre's attempted suicide, then of his condemnation and execution, reached us. The confusion produced in the prison was beyond all description. The accused who had been tried and the accused who had not been tried got mingled together. From the day of Robespierre's arrest, no orders came to the authorities, no death lists reached the prison. The jailers, terrified by rumors that the lowest accomplices of the tyrant would be held responsible and be condemned with him, made no attempt to maintain order. Some of them, that hunchback man among the rest, deserted their duties altogether. The disorganization was so complete that when the commissioners from the new government came to Saint-Lazare, some of us were actually half starving from want of the bare necessities of life. To inquire separately into our cases was found to be impossible. Sometimes the necessary papers were lost. Sometimes what documents remained were incomprehensible to the new commissioners. They were obliged at last to make short work of it by calling us up before them in dozens. Tried or not tried, we had all been arrested by the tyrant, had all been accused of conspiracy against him, and were all ready to hail the new government as the salvation of France. In 9 cases out of 10, our best claim to be discharged was derived from these circumstances. We were trusted by Tallien and the men of the 9th Thermidor because we had been suspected by Robespierre, Couthon, and Saint-Just. Arrested informally, we were now liberated informally. When it came to my sister's turn and mine, we were not under examination 5 minutes. No such thing as a searching question was asked of us. I believe we might have even given our own names with perfect impunity. But I had previously instructed Rose that we were to assume our mother's maiden name, Maurice, as the citizen and citoyenne Maurice. Accordingly, we passed out of prison under the same name we have lived ever since in hiding here. Our past repose has depended, our future happiness will depend, on our escape from death being kept the profoundest secret among us 3. For one all-sufficient reason which you can easily guess at, the brother and sister Maurice must still know nothing of Louis Trudaine and Rose Danville, except that they were 2 among the hundreds of victims guillotined during the Reign of Terror. He spoke the last sentence with a faint smile, and with the air of a man trying, in spite of himself, to treat a grave subject lightly. His face clouded again, however, in a moment, when he looked toward his sister as he ceased. Her work had once more dropped on her lap. Her face was turned away so that he could not see it, but he knew by the trembling of her clasped hands as they rested on her knee, and by the slight swelling of the veins on her neck, which she could not hide from him, that her boasted strength of nerve had deserted her. 3 years of repose had not yet enabled her to hear her marriage name uttered, or to be present when past times of deathly suffering and terror were referred to, without betraying the shock in her face and manner. Trudaine looked saddened, but in no way surprised by what he saw. Making a sign to Lomaque to say nothing, he rose and took up his sister's hood, which lay on a window-seat near him. "Come, Rose," he said. "The sun is shining, the sweet spring air is inviting us out. Let us have a quiet stroll along the banks of the stream. Why should we keep our good friend here, cooped up in this narrow little room, when we have miles and miles of beautiful landscape to show him on the other side of the threshold? Come, it is high treason to Queen Nature to remain indoors on such a morning as this." Without waiting for her to reply, he put on her hood, drew her arm through his, and led the way out. Lomaque's face grew grave as he followed them. "I am glad I only showed the bright side of my budget of news in her presence," thought he. "She is not well at heart yet. I might have hurt her, poor thing. I might have hurt her again sadly if I had not held my tongue." They walked for a little while down the banks of the stream, talking of indifferent matters, then returned to the cottage. By that time Rose had recovered her spirits, and could listen with interest and amusement to Lomaque's dryly humorous description of his life as a clerk at Chalons-sur-Marne. They parted for a little while at the cottage door. Rose retired to the upstairs room from which she had been summoned by her brother. Trudaine and Lomaque returned to wander again along the banks of the stream. With one accord, and without a word passing between them, they left the neighborhood of the cottage hurriedly, then stopped on a sudden, and attentively looked each other in the face, looked in silence for an instant. Trudaine spoke first. "I thank you for having spared her," he began abruptly. "She's not strong enough yet to bear hearing of a new misfortune unless I break the tidings to her first." "You suspect me of bringing bad news?" said Lomaque. "I know you do. When I saw your first look at her, after we were all seated in the cottage parlor, I knew it. Speak without fear, without caution, without one useless word of preface. After 3 years of repose, if it pleases God to afflict us again, I can bear the trial calmly, and if need be, can strengthen her to bear it calmly too. I say again, Lomaque, speak at once and speak out. I know your news is bad, for I know beforehand that it is news of Danville. You are right. My bad news is news of him. He has discovered the secret of our escape from the guillotine? No. He has not a suspicion of it. He believes, as his mother, as everyone does, that you were both executed the day after the Revolutionary Tribunal sentenced you to death. Lomaque, you speak positively of that belief of his, but you cannot be certain of it. I can, on the most indisputable, the most startling evidence, on the authority of Danville's own act. You have asked me to speak out. I ask you again. I insist on it. Your news, Lomaque, your news, without another word of preface. You shall have it without another word of preface. Danville is on the point of being married. As the answer was given, they both stopped by the bank of the stream, and again looked each other in the face. There was a minute of dead silence between them. During that minute, the water bubbling by happily over its bed of pebbles seemed strangely loud. The singing of birds in a little wood by the stream side, strangely near and shrill in both their ears. The light breeze, for all its midday warmth, touched their cheeks coldly, and the spring sunlight pouring on their faces felt as if it were glimmering on them through winter clouds. "Let us walk on," said Trudaine in a low voice. "I was prepared for bad news, yet not for that. Are you certain of what you have just told me?" "As certain as that stream here is flowing by our side. Hear how I made the discovery, and you will doubt no longer. Before last week I knew nothing of Danville, except that his arrest on suspicion by Robespierre's order was, as events turned out, the saving of his life. He was imprisoned, as I told you. On the evening after he had heard your names read from the death list at the prison gate, he remained in confinement at the Temple, unnoticed in the political confusion out of doors, just as you remained unnoticed at Saint-Lazare, and he profited precisely in the same manner that you profited by the timely insurrection which overthrew the Reign of Terror. I knew this, and I knew that he walked out of prison in the character of a persecuted victim of Robespierre's. And for better than 3 years past, I knew no more. Now listen. Last week I happened to be waiting in the shop of my employer, Citizen Clairfait, for some papers to take into the counting-house, when an old man enters with a sealed parcel which he hands to one of the shopmen, saying, 'Give that to Citizen Clairfait.' 'Any name?' says the shopman. 'The name is of no consequence,' answers the old man, 'but if you please, you can give mine. Say the parcel came from Citizen Dubois.' And then he goes out. His name, in connection with his elderly look, strikes me directly. 'Does that old fellow live at Chalons?' I ask. 'No,' says the shopman. 'He is here in attendance on a customer of ours, an old ex-aristocrat named Danville. She is on a visit in our town.' I leave you to imagine how that reply startles and amazes me. The shopman can answer none of the other questions I put to him, but the next day I'm asked to dinner by my employer, who, for his brother's sake, shows me the utmost civility. On entering the room, I find his daughter just putting away a lavender-colored silk scarf on which she has been embroidering in silver what looks to me very like a crest and coat of arms. 'I don't mind your seeing what I am about, Citizen Lomaque,' says she, 'for I know my father can trust you. That scarf is sent back to us by the purchaser, an ex-emigrant lady of the old aristocratic school, to have her family coat of arms embroidered on it.' 'Rather a dangerous commission, even in these mercifully democratic times, is it not?' says I. 'The old lady, you must know,' says she, 'is as proud as Lucifer, and having got back safely to France in these days of moderate republicanism, thinks she may now indulge with impunity in all her old-fashioned notions. She has been an excellent customer of ours, so my father thought it best to humor her, without, however, trusting her commission to any of the workroom women to execute. We are not living under the Reign of Terror now, certainly, Still, there is nothing like being on the safe side. Nothing, I answer. Pray, what is this ex-emigrant's name? Danville, replies the citoyenne Clairfait. She is going to appear in that fine scarf at her son's marriage. Marriage! I exclaim, perfectly thunderstruck. Yes, says she. What is there so amazing in that? By all accounts, the son, poor man, deserves to make a lucky marriage this time. His first wife was taken away from him in the Reign of Terror by the guillotine. Who is he going to marry? I inquire, still breathless. The daughter of General Berthelin, an ex-aristocrat by family, like the old lady, but by principle as good a Republican as ever lived, a hard-drinking, loud-swearing, big-whiskered old soldier, who snaps his fingers at his ancestors and says, "We are all descended from Adam, the first genuine sans-culotte in the world." In this way, the citoyenne Clairfait gossips on all dinner-time, but says nothing more of any importance. I, with my old police office habits, set to the next day, and try to make some discoveries for myself. The sum of what I find out is this. Danville's mother is staying with General Berthelin's sister and daughter at Chalons, and Danville himself is expected to arrive every day to escort them all three to Paris, where the marriage contract is to be signed at the General's house. Discovering this, and seeing that prompt action is now of the most vital importance, I undertake, as I told you, my employer's commission for Paris, depart with all speed, and stop here on my way. Wait, I have not done yet. All the haste I can make is not haste enough to give me a good start of the wedding party. On my road here, the diligence by which I travel is passed by a carriage, posting along at full speed. I cannot see inside that carriage, but I look at the box seat and recognize on it the old man Dubois. He whirls by in a cloud of dust, but I am certain of him. And I say to myself what I now say again to you. No time is to be lost. No time shall be lost, answers Trudaine firmly. 3 years have passed, he continued in a lower voice, speaking to himself rather than to Lomaque. 3 years since the day when I led my sister out of the gates of the prison. 3 years since I said in my heart, I will be patient, and I will not seek to avenge myself. Our wrongs cry from earth to heaven, from man who inflicts to God who redresses. When the day of reckoning comes, let it be the day of his vengeance, not of mine. In my heart I said those words. I have been true to them. I have waited. The day has come, and the duty it demands of me shall be fulfilled. There was a moment's silence before Lomaque spoke again. Your sister? He began hesitatingly. It is there only that my purpose falters, said the other, earnestly. If it were but possible to spare her all knowledge of this last trial, and to leave the accomplishment of the terrible task to me alone. I think it possible, interposed Lomaque. Listen to what I advise. We must depart for Paris by the diligence tomorrow morning, and we must take your sister with us. Tomorrow will be time enough. People don't sign marriage contracts on the evening after a long day's journey. We must go then, and we must take your sister. Leave the care of her in Paris, and the responsibility of keeping her in ignorance of what you are doing to me. Go to this General Berthelin's house at the time when you know Danville is there. We can get that knowledge through the servants. Confront him, and without a moment's previous warning, confront him as a man risen from the dead. Confront him before every soul in the room, though the room should be full of people, and leave the rest to the self-betrayal of a panic-stricken man. Say but 3 words, and your duty will be done. You may return to your sister, and may depart with her in safety to your old retreat in Rouen, or where else you please, on the very day when you have put it out of her infamous husband's power to add another to the list of his crimes. You forget the suddenness of the journey to Paris, said Trudaine. How are we to account for it without risk of awakening my sister's suspicions? "Trust that to me," answered Lomaque. "Let us return to the cottage at once. No, not you," he added suddenly, as they turned to retrace their steps. "There is that in your face which would betray us. Leave me to go back alone. I will say that you have gone to give some orders at the inn. Let us separate immediately. You will recover your self-possession. You will get to look yourself again sooner, if you are left alone. I know enough of you to know that. We will not waste another minute in explanations. Even minutes are precious to us on such a day as this. By the time you are fit to meet your sister again, I shall have had time to say all I wish to her, and shall be waiting at the cottage to tell you the result." He looked at Trudaine, and his eyes seemed to brighten again with something of the old energy and sudden decision of the days when he was a man in office under the Reign of Terror. "Leave it to me," he said, and waving his hand, turned away quickly in the direction of the cottage. Nearly an hour passed before Trudaine ventured to follow him. When he at length entered the path which led to the garden gate, he saw his sister waiting at the cottage door. Her face looked unusually animated, and she ran forward a step or two to meet him. "Oh, Louis," she said, "I have a confession to make, and I must beg you to hear it patiently to the end. You must know that our good Lomaque, though he came in tired from his walk, occupied himself the first thing, at my request, in writing the letter which is to secure to us our dear old home by the banks of the Seine. When he had done, he looked at me and said, 'I should like to be present at your happy return to the house where I first saw you.' 'Oh, come with us,' I said directly. 'I am not an independent man,' he answered. 'I have a margin of time allowed me at Paris, certainly, but it is not long. If I were only my own master—' And then he stopped. Louis, I remembered all we owed to him. I remembered that there was no sacrifice we ought not to be too glad to make for his sake. I felt the kindness of the wish he had expressed, and perhaps I was a little influenced by my own impatience to see once more my flower garden and the rooms where we used to be so happy. So I said to him, 'I am sure Louis will agree with me that our time is yours, and that we shall be only too glad to advance our departure so as to make your traveling leisure enough for you to come with us to Rouen. We should be worse than ungrateful.' He stopped me. 'You have always been good to me,' he said. 'I must not impose on your kindness now.' 'No. You have formalities to settle before you can leave this place.' 'Not one,' I said, 'for we have not, as you know, Louis. Why, here is your furniture to begin with,' he said. 'A few chairs and tables hired from the inn,' I answered. 'We have only to give the landlady our key, to leave a letter for the owner of the cottage, and then,' he laughed, 'why, to hear you talk, one would think you were as ready to travel as I am.' 'So we are,' I said, 'quite as ready, living in the way we do here.' He shook his head. 'But you will not shake yours, Louis, I am sure, now you have heard all my long story. You can't blame me, can you?' Before Trudaine could answer, Lomaque looked out of the cottage window. 'I have just been telling my brother everything,' said Rose, turning round toward him. 'And what does he say?' asked Lomaque. 'He says what I say,' replied Rose, answering for her brother, 'that our time is your time, the time of our best and dearest friend.' 'Shall it be done, then?' asked Lomaque, with a meaning look at Trudaine. Rose glanced anxiously at her brother. His face was much graver than she had expected to see it, but his answer relieved her from all suspense. 'You are quite right, love, to speak as you did,' he said gently. Then, turning to Lomaque, he added in a firmer voice, 'It shall be done.' End of section 21.
Section 22 of After Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. After Dark by Wilkie Collins. The French Governess's Story of Sister Rose. Part Third, Chapter 2. 2 days after the travelling carriage described by Lomaque had passed the diligence on the road to Paris, Madame Danville sat in the drawing-room of an apartment in the Rue de Grenelle, handsomely dressed for driving out. After consulting a large gold watch that hung at her side, and finding that it wanted a quarter of an hour only to 2 o'clock, she rang her hand-bell and said to the maidservant who answered the summons, "I have 5 minutes to spare. Send Dubois here with my chocolate." The old man made his appearance with great alacrity. After handing the cup of chocolate to his mistress, he ventured to use the privilege of talking, to which his long and faithful services entitled him, and paid the old lady a compliment. "I am rejoiced to see madam looking so young and in such good spirits this morning," he said, with a low bow and a mild deferential smile. "I think I have some reason for being in good spirits on the day when my son's marriage contract is to be signed," said Madame Danville, with a gracious nod of the head. "Ha, Dubois! I shall live yet to see him with a patent of nobility in his hand. The mob has done its worst. The end of this infamous revolution is not far off. Our order will have its turn again soon. And then who will have such a chance at court as my son? He is noble already through his mother. He will then be noble also through his wife. Yes, yes, let that coarse-mannered, passionate old soldier-father of hers be as unnaturally republican as he pleases. He has inherited a name which will help my son to a peerage. The Vicomte d'Anville. D with an apostrophe, Dubois. You understand? The Vicomte d'Anville. How prettily it sounds!" "Charmingly, madam, charmingly. Ah, this second marriage of my young master's begins under much better auspices than the first." The remark was an unfortunate one. Madame Danville frowned portentously, and rose in a great hurry from her chair. "Are your wits failing you, you old fool?" she exclaimed indignantly. "What do you mean by referring to such a subject as that on this day of all others? You are always harping on those 2 wretched people who were guillotined, as if you thought I could have saved their lives. Were you not present when my son and I met, after the time of the Terror? Did you not hear my first words to him when he told me of the catastrophe? Were they not, 'Charles, I love you, but if I thought you had let those 2 unfortunates, who risked themselves to save me, die, without risking your life in return to save them, I would break my heart rather than ever look at you or speak to you again?' Did I not say that? And did he not answer, 'Mother, my life was risked for them. I proved my devotion by exposing myself to arrest. I was imprisoned for my exertions, and then I could do no more?' Did you not stand by and hear him give that answer, overwhelmed while he spoke by generous emotion? Do you not know that he really was imprisoned in the Temple? Do you dare to think that we are to blame after that? I owe you much, Dubois, but if you are to take liberties with me, oh, madam, I beg pardon 1,000 times. I was thoughtless, only thoughtless. Silence! Is my coach at the door? Very well. Get ready to accompany me. Your master will not have time to return here. He will meet me for the signing of the contract at General Berthelin's house at 2 precisely. Stop! Are there many people in the street? I can't be stared at by the mob as I go to my carriage." Dubois hobbled penitently to the window and looked out, while his mistress walked to the door. "The street is almost empty, madam," he said. "Only a man with a woman on his arm, stopping and admiring your carriage. They seem like decent people, as well as I can tell without my spectacles. Not mob, I should say, madam. Certainly not mob." "Very well. Attend me downstairs, and bring some loose silver with you, in case those two decent people should be fit objects for charity. No orders for the coachman, except that he is to go straight to the General's house." The party assembled at General Berthelin's to witness the signature of the marriage contract comprised, besides the persons immediately interested in the ceremony of the day, some young ladies, friends of the bride, and a few officers who had been comrades of her father's in past years. The guests were distributed rather unequally in two handsome apartments opening into each other. One called in the house the drawing room, and the other the library. In the drawing room were assembled the notary with the contract ready, the bride, the young ladies, and the majority of General Berthelin's friends. In the library the remainder of the military guests were amusing themselves at a billiard table until the signing of the contract should take place, while Danville and his future father-in-law walked up and down the room together, the first listening absently, the last talking with all his accustomed energy, and with more than his accustomed allowance of barrack-room expletives. The General had taken it into his head to explain some of the clauses in the marriage contract to the bridegroom, who, though far better acquainted with their full scope and meaning than his father-in-law, was obliged to listen for civility's sake. While the old soldier was still in the midst of his long and confused harangue, a clock struck on the library mantelpiece. 2 o'clock! exclaimed Danville, glad of any pretext for interrupting the talk about the contract. 2 o'clock, and my mother not here yet. What can be delaying her? Nothing, cried the General. When did you ever know a woman punctual, my lad? If we wait for your mother, and she's such a rabid aristocrat that she would never forgive us for not waiting, we shan't sign the contract yet this half hour. Never mind. Let's go on with what we were talking about. Where the devil was I when that cursed clock struck and interrupted us? Now then, Black Eyes, what's the matter? This last question was addressed to Mademoiselle Berthelin, who at that moment hastily entered the library from the drawing-room. She was a tall and rather masculine-looking girl, with superb black eyes, dark hair growing low on her forehead, and something of her father's decision and bluntness in her manner of speaking. "A stranger in the other room, papa, who wants to see you. I suppose the servant showed him upstairs, thinking he was one of the guests. Ought I to have him shown down again?" "A nice question! How should I know? Wait till I have seen him, miss, and then I'll tell you." With these words the General turned on his heel and went into the drawing-room. His daughter would have followed him, but Danville caught her by the hand. "Can you be hard-hearted enough to leave me here alone?" he asked. "What is to become of all my bosom friends in the next room, you selfish man, if I stop here with you?" retorted Mademoiselle, struggling to free herself. "Call them in here," said Danville gaily, making himself master of her other hand. She laughed and drew him away toward the drawing-room. "Come," she cried, "and let all the ladies see what a tyrant I'm going to marry. Come, and show them what an obstinate, unreasonable, wearisome Her voice suddenly failed her. She shuddered and turned faint. Danville's hand had in one instant grown as cold as death in hers. The momentary touch of his fingers, as she felt their grasp loosen, struck some mysterious chill through her from head to foot. She glanced round at him affrightedly, and saw his eyes looking straight into the drawing-room. They were fixed in a strange, unwavering, awful stare, while from the rest of his face all expression, all character, all recognizable play and movement of feature had utterly gone. It was a breathless, lifeless mask, a white blank. With a cry of terror she looked where he seemed to be looking, and could see nothing but the stranger standing in the middle of the drawing-room. Before she could ask a question, before she could speak even a single word, her father came to her, caught Danville by the arm, and pushed her roughly back into the library. "Go there, and take the women with you," he said in a quick, fierce whisper. "Into the library," he continued, turning to the ladies, and raising his voice. "Into the library, all of you, along with my daughter." The women, terrified by his manner, obeyed him in the greatest confusion. As they hurried past him into the library, he signed to the notary to follow, and then closed the door of communication between the two rooms. "Stop where you are!" he cried, addressing the old officers, who had risen from their chairs. "Stay! I insist on it. Whatever happens, Jacques Berthelin has done nothing to be ashamed of in the presence of his old friends and companions. You have seen the beginning, now stay and see the end." While he spoke, he walked into the middle of the room. He had never quitted his hold of Danville's arm. Step by step they advanced together to the place where Trudaine was standing. "You have come into my house and asked me for my daughter in marriage, and I have given her to you," said the General, addressing Danville quietly. "You told me that your first wife and her brother were guillotined 3 years ago in the time of the Terror, and I believed you. Now look at that man, look him straight in the face. He has announced himself to me as the brother of your wife, and he asserts that his sister is alive at this moment. One of you two has deceived me. Which is it?" Danville tried to speak, but no sound passed his lips, tried to wrench his arm from the grasp that was on it, but could not stir the old soldier's steady hand. "Are you afraid? Are you a coward? Can't you look him in the face?" asked the General, tightening his hold sternly. "Stop, stop!" interposed one of the old officers, coming forward. "Give him time. This may be a case of strange accidental resemblance, which would be enough under the circumstances to discompose any man. You will excuse me, citizen," he continued, turning to Trudaine, "but you are a stranger. You have given us no proof of your identity." "There is the proof," said Trudaine, pointing to Danville's face. "Yes, yes," pursued the other, "he looks pale and startled enough, certainly. But I say again, let us not be too hasty. There are strange cases on record of accidental resemblances, and this may be one of them." As he repeated those words, Danville looked at him with a faint, cringing gratitude stealing slowly over the blank terror of his face. He bowed his head, murmured something, and gesticulated confusedly with the hand that he was free to use. "Look!" cried the old officer. "Look, Berthelin! He denies the man's identity." "Do you hear that?" said the General, appealing to Trudaine. "Have you proofs to confute him? If you have, produce them instantly." Before the answer could be given, the door leading into the drawing-room from the staircase was violently flung open, and Madame Danville, her hair in disorder, her face in its colourless terror, looking like the very counterpart of her son's, appeared on the threshold, with the old man Dubois and a group of amazed and startled servants behind her. "For God's sake, don't sign! For God's sake, come away!" she cried. "I have seen your wife, in the spirit or in the flesh, I know not which, but I have seen her. Charles, Charles, as true as heaven is above us, I have seen your wife." "You have seen her in the flesh, living and breathing as you see her brother yonder," said a firm, quiet voice from among the servants on the landing outside. "Let that man enter, whoever he is!" cried the general. Lomaque passed Madame Danville on the threshold. She trembled as he brushed by her, then, supporting herself by the wall, followed him a few paces into the room. She looked first at her son, after that at Trudaine, after that back again at her son. Something in her presence silenced everyone. There fell a sudden stillness over all the assembly, a stillness so deep that the eager, frightened whispering and sharp rustling of dresses among the women in the library became audible from the other side of the closed door. "Charles," she said, slowly advancing, "why do you look—" She stopped, and fixed her eyes again on her son more earnestly than before, then turned them suddenly on Trudaine. "You are looking at my son, sir," she said, "and I see contempt in your face. By what right do you insult a man whose grateful sense of his mother's obligations to you made him risk his life for the saving of yours and your sister's? By what right have you kept the escape of my son's wife from death by the guillotine, an escape which, for all I know to the contrary, his generous exertions were instrumental in effecting, a secret from my son? By what right, I demand to know, has your treacherous secrecy placed us in such a position as we now stand in before the master of this house?" An expression of sorrow and pity passed over Trudaine's face while she spoke. He retired a few steps, and gave her no answer. The general looked at him with eager curiosity, and, dropping his hold of Danville's arm, seemed about to speak. But Lomaque stepped forward at the same time, and held up his hand to claim attention. "I think I shall express the wishes of Citizen Trudaine," he said, addressing Madame Danville, "if I recommend this lady not to press for too public an answer to her questions." "Pray, who are you, sir, who take it on yourself to advise me?" she retorted haughtily. "I have nothing to say to you, except that I repeat those questions, and that I insist on their being answered." "Who is this man?" asked the general, addressing Trudaine and pointing to Lomaque. "A man unworthy of credit," cried Danville, speaking audibly for the first time, and darting a look of deadly hatred at Lomaque. "An agent of police under Robespierre, and in that capacity capable of answering questions which refer to the transactions of Robespierre's tribunals," remarked the ex-chief agent, with his old official self-possession. "True!" exclaimed the general. "The man is right. Let him be heard." "There is no help for it," said Lomaque, looking at Trudaine. "Leave it to me. it is fittest that I should speak. I was present," he continued in a louder voice, "at the trial of Citizen Trudaine and his sister. They were brought to the bar through the denunciation of Citizen Danville. Till the confession of the male prisoner exposed the fact, I can answer for Danville's not being aware of the real nature of the offences charged against Trudaine and his sister. When it became known that they had been secretly helping this lady to escape from France, and when Danville's own head was consequently in danger, I myself heard him save it by a false assertion that he had been aware of Trudaine's conspiracy from the first—" "Do you mean to say," interrupted the General, "that he proclaimed himself in open court as having knowingly denounced the man who was on trial for saving his mother?" "I do," answered Lomaque. A murmur of horror and indignation rose from all the strangers present at that reply. "The reports of the tribunal are existing to prove the truth of what I say," he went on. "As to the escape of Citizen Trudaine and the wife of Danville from the guillotine, it was the work of political circumstances, which there are persons living to speak to, if necessary, and of a little stratagem of mine, which need not be referred to now. And last, with reference to the concealment which followed the escape, I beg to inform you that it was abandoned the moment we knew of what was going on here, and that it was only persevered in up to this time as a natural measure of precaution on the part of Citizen Trudaine. From a similar motive, we now abstain from exposing his sister to the shock and the peril of being present here. What man with an atom of feeling would risk letting her even look again on such a husband as that?" He glanced round him and pointed to Danville as he put the question. Before a word could be spoken by any one else in the room, a low wailing cry of "My mistress, my dear, dear mistress," directed all eyes first on the old man Dubois, then on Madame Danville. She had been leaning against the wall before Lomaque began to speak, but she stood perfectly upright now. She neither spoke nor moved. Not one of the light gaudy ribbons flaunting on her disordered head-dress so much as trembled. The old servant Dubois was crouched on his knees at her side, kissing her cold right hand, chafing it in his, reiterating his faint mournful cry, "Oh, my mistress, my dear, dear mistress!" But she did not appear to know that he was near her. It was only when her son advanced a step or two toward her that she seemed to awaken suddenly from that death trance of mental pain. Then she slowly raised the hand that was free, and waved him back from her. He stopped in obedience to the gesture, and endeavoured to speak. She waved her hand again, and the deathly stillness of her face began to grow troubled. Her lips moved a little. She spoke. "Oblige me, sir, for the last time, by keeping silence. You and I have henceforth nothing to say to each other. I am the daughter of a race of nobles, and the widow of a man of honour. You are a traitor and a false witness, a thing from which all true men and true women turn with contempt. I renounce you. Publicly, in the presence of these gentlemen, I say it. I have no son." She turned her back on him, and bowing to the other persons in the room with the old formal courtesy of bygone times, walked slowly and steadily to the door. Stopping there, she looked back, and then the artificial courage of the moment failed her. With a faint, suppressed cry, she clutched at the hand of the old servant, who still kept faithfully at her side. He caught her in his arms, and her head sank on his shoulder. "Help him!" cried the general to the servants near the door. "Help him to take her into the next room." The old man looked up suspiciously from his mistress to the persons who were assisting him to support her. With a strange, sudden jealousy, he shook his hand at them. "Home!" he cried. "She shall go home. I will take care of her. Away, you there! Nobody holds her head but Dubois. Downstairs, downstairs to her carriage. She has nobody but me now, and I say that she shall be taken home." As the door closed, General Berthelin approached Trudaine, who had stood silent and apart from the time when Lomaque first appeared in the drawing-room. "I wish to ask your pardon," said the old soldier, "because I have wronged you by a moment of unjust suspicion. For my daughter's sake, I bitterly regret that we did not see each other long ago. But I thank you, nevertheless, for coming here, even at the 11th hour." While he was speaking, one of his friends came up, and touching him on the shoulder, said, "Berthelin, is that scoundrel to be allowed to go?" The general turned on his heel directly, and beckoned contemptuously to Danville to follow him to the door. When they were well out of earshot, he spoke these words: "You have been exposed as a villain by your brother-in-law, and renounced as a liar by your mother. They have done their duty by you, and now it only remains for me to do mine. When a man enters the house of another under false pretences, and compromises the reputation of his daughter, we old army men have a very expeditious way of making him answer for it. It is just 3 o'clock now. At 5 you will find me and one of my friends—" He stopped and looked round cautiously, then whispered the rest in Danville's ear, threw open the door, and pointed downstairs. "Our work here is done," said Lomaque, laying his hand on Trudaine's arm. "Let us give Danville time to get clear of the house, and then leave it too." "My sister, where is she?" asked Trudaine eagerly. "Make your mind easy about her. I will tell you more when we get out." "You will excuse me, I know," said General Berthelin, speaking to all the persons present, with his hand on the library door, "if I leave you. I have bad news to break to my daughter, and private business after that to settle with a friend." He saluted the company with his usual bluff nod of the head, and entered the library. A few minutes afterward, Trudaine and Lomaque left the house. "You will find your sister waiting for you in our apartment at the hotel," said the latter. "She knows nothing, absolutely nothing, of what has passed." "But the recognition?" asked Trudaine amazedly. "His mother saw her. Surely she—" "I managed it so that she should be seen and should not see. Our former experience of Danville suggested to me the propriety of making the experiment, and my old police office practice came in useful in carrying it out. I saw the carriage standing at the door, and waited till the old lady came down. I walked your sister away as she got in, and walked her back again past the window as the carriage drove off. A moment did it, and it turned out as useful as I thought it would. Enough of that. Go back now to your sister. Keep indoors till the night mail starts for Rouen. I have had 2 places taken for you on speculation. Go, resume possession of your house, and leave me here to transact the business which my employer has entrusted to me, and to see how matters end with Danville and his mother. I will make time somehow to come and bid you good-bye at Rouen, though it should be only for a single day. Bah! No thanks. Give us your hand. I was ashamed to take it 8 years ago. I can give it a hearty shake now. There is your way, here is mine. Leave me to my business in silks and satins, and go you back to your sister, and help her to pack up for the night mail. End of section 22.
Section 23 of After Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. After Dark by Wilkie Collins. The French Governess's Story of Sister Rose, Part 3rd, Chapter 3. 3 more days have passed. It is evening. Rose, Trudaine, and Lomaque are seated together on the bench that overlooks the windings of the Seine. The old familiar scene spreads before them, beautiful as ever, unchanged, as if it was but yesterday since they had all looked on it for the last time. They talk together seriously and in low voices. The same recollections fill their hearts, recollections which they refrain from acknowledging, but the influence of which each knows by instinct that the other partakes. Sometimes one leads the conversation, sometimes another, but whoever speaks, the topic chosen is always, as if by common consent, a topic connected with the future. The evening darkens in, and Rose is the first to rise from the bench. A secret look of intelligence passes between her and her brother, and then she speaks to Lomaque. "Will you follow me into the house?" she asks, with as little delay as possible. "I have something that I very much wish to show you." Her brother waits till she is out of hearing, then inquires anxiously what has happened at Paris since the night when he and Rose left it. "Your sister is free," Lomaque answers. "The duel took place then?" "The same day. They were both to fire together. The second of his adversary asserts that he was paralyzed with terror. His own second declares that he was resolved, however he might have lived, to confront death courageously by offering his life at the first fire to the man whom he had injured. Which account is true, I know not. It is only certain that he did not discharge his pistol, that he fell by his antagonist's first bullet, and that he never spoke afterward." "And his mother?" "It is hard to gain information. Her doors are closed. The old servant guards her with jealous care. A medical man is in constant attendance, and there are reports in the house that the illness from which she is suffering affects her mind more than her body. I could ascertain no more." After that answer they both remain silent for a little while, then rise from the bench and walk toward the house. "Have you thought yet about preparing your sister to hear of all that has happened?" Lomaque asks, as he sees the lamplight glimmering in the parlor window. "I shall wait to prepare her till we are settled again here, till the first holiday pleasure of our return has worn off, and the quiet realities of our everyday life of old have resumed their way," answers Trudaine. They enter the house. Rose beckons to Lomaque to sit down near her, and places pen and ink and an open letter before him. "I have a last favor to ask of you," she says, smiling. "I hope it will not take long to grant," he rejoins, "for I have only tonight to be with you. Tomorrow morning, before you are up, I must be on my way back to Chalons. Will you sign that letter," she continues, still smiling, "and then give it to me to send to the post? It was dictated by Louis, and written by me, and it will be quite complete if you will put your name at the end of it. I suppose I may read it?" She nods, and Lomaque reads these lines: "Citizen, I beg respectfully to apprise you that the commission you entrusted to me at Paris has been performed. I have also to beg that you will accept my resignation of the place I hold in your counting-house. The kindness shown me by you and your brother before you emboldens me to hope that you will learn with pleasure the motive of my withdrawal. 2 friends of mine, who consider that they are under some obligations to me, are anxious that I should pass the rest of my days in the quiet and protection of their home. Troubles of former years have knit us together as closely as if we were all 3 members of one family. I need the repose of a happy fireside as much as any man after the life I have led, and my friends assure me so earnestly that their whole hearts are set on establishing the old man's easy-chair by their hearth, that I cannot summon resolution enough to turn my back on them and their offer. Accept, then, I beg of you, the resignation which this letter contains, and with it the assurance of my sincere gratitude and respect. To Citizen Clairfait, Silk Mercer, Chalons-sur-Marne." After reading these lines, Lomaque turned round to Trudaine and attempted to speak, but the words would not come at command. He looked up at Rose and tried to smile, but his lip only trembled. She dipped the pen in the ink and placed it in his hand. He bent his head down quickly over the paper so that she could not see his face, but still he did not write his name. She put her hand caressingly on his shoulder and whispered to him, "Come, come, humor Sister Rose. She must have her own way now she is back again at home." He did not answer. His head sank lower. He hesitated for an instant, then signed his name in faint, trembling characters at the end of the letter. She drew it away from him gently. A few teardrops lay on the paper. As she dried them with her handkerchief, she looked at her brother. "They are the last he shall ever shed, Louis. You and I will take care of that." End of section 23. Section 24 of After Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. After Dark by Wilkie Collins. Epilogue to the 3rd story. I have now related all that is eventful in the history of Sister Rose. To the last, the 3 friends dwelt together happily in the cottage on the river bank. Mademoiselle Clairfait was fortunate enough to know them before death entered the little household and took away, in the fullness of time, the eldest of its members. She describes Lomaque in her quaint foreign English as a brave, big heart, generous, affectionate, and admirably free from the small obstinacies and prejudices of old age, except on one point. He could never be induced to take his coffee of an evening from any other hand than the hand of Sister Rose. I linger over these final particulars with a strange unwillingness to separate myself from them and give my mind to other thoughts. Perhaps the persons and events that have occupied my attention for so many nights past have some peculiar interest for me that I cannot analyze. Perhaps the labor and time which this story has cost me have especially endeared it to my sympathies, now that I have succeeded in completing it. However that may be, I have need of some resolution to part at last with Sister Rose and return, in the interests of my next and 4th story, to English ground. I have experienced so much difficulty, let me add, in deciding on the choice of a new narrative out of my collection, that my wife has lost all patience, and has undertaken, on her own responsibility, to relieve me of my unreasonable perplexities. by her advice, given as usual, without a moment's hesitation, I cannot do better than tell the story of the Lady of Glenwith Grange. End of section 24.
Section 25 of After Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Molly Craig. After Dark by Wilkie Collins. Prologue to the fourth story. My practice in the art of portrait painting, if it has done nothing else, has at least fitted me to turn my talents, such as they are, to a great variety of uses. I have not only taken the likenesses of men, women, and children, but have also extended the range of my brush, under stress of circumstances, to horses, dogs, houses, and in one case even to a bull, the terror and glory of his parish, and the most truculent sitter I ever had. The beast was appropriately named Thunder and Lightning, and was the property of a gentleman farmer named Garthwaite, a distant connection of my wife's family. How it was that I escaped being gored to death before I had finished my picture is more than I can explain to this day. Thunder and Lightning resented the very sight of me and my color box, as if he viewed the taking of his likeness in the light of a personal insult. It required 2 men to coax him, while a third held him by a ring in his nostrils, before I could venture on beginning to work. Even then he always lashed his tail and jerked his huge head, and rolled his fiery eyes with a devouring anxiety to have me on his horns for daring to sit down quietly and look at him. Never, I can honestly say, did I feel more heartily grateful for the blessings of soundness of limb and wholeness of skin than when I had completed the picture of the bull. One morning, when I had but little more than half done my unwelcome task, my friend and I were met on our way to the bull's stable by the farm bailiff, who informed us gravely that Thunder and Lightning was just then in such an especially surly state of temper as to render it quite unsafe for me to think of painting him. I looked inquiringly at Mr. Garthwaite, who smiled with an air of comic resignation, and said, "Very well, then, we have nothing for it but to wait till tomorrow. What do you say to a morning's fishing, Mr. Kirby, now that my bull's bad temper has given us a holiday?" I replied, with perfect truth, that I knew nothing about fishing, but Mr. Garthwaite, who was as ardent an angler in his way as Isaac Walton himself, was not to be appeased even by the best of excuses. "It is never too late to learn," cried he. "I will make a fisherman of you in no time, if you will only attend to my directions." It was impossible for me to make any more apologies, without the risk of appealing discourteous. So I thanked my host for his friendly intentions, and with some secret misgivings accepted the first fishing rod that he put into my hands. "We shall get there soon," said Mr. Garthwaite. "I am taking you to the best mill stream in the neighborhood." It was all one to me whether we got there soon or late, and whether the stream was good or bad. However, I did my best to conceal my unsportsmanlike apathy, and tried to look quite happy and very impatient to begin, as we drew near to the mill, and heard louder and louder the gushing of many waters all round it. Leading the way immediately to a place beneath the falling stream, where there was a deep eddying pool, Mr. Garthwaite baited and threw in his line before I had fixed the joints of my fishing rod. This first difficulty overcome, I involuntarily plunged into some excellent, but rather embarrassing, sport with my line and hook. I caught every one of my garments, from head to foot. I angled for my own clothes with the dexterity and success of Isaac Walton himself. I caught my hat, my jacket, my waistcoat, my trousers, my fingers, and my thumbs. Some devil possessed my hook. Some more than eel-like vitality twirled and twisted in every inch of my line. By the time my host arrived to assist me, I had attached myself to my fishing rod, apparently for life. All difficulties yielded, however, to his patience and skill. My hook was baited for me, and thrown in. My rod was put into my hand, my friend went back to his place, and we began at last to angle in earnest. We certainly caught a few fish. In my case, I mean, of course, that the fish caught themselves, but they were scanty in number and light in weight. Whether it was the presence of the miller's foreman, a gloomy personage who stood staring disastrously upon us from a little flower garden on the opposite bank, that cast adverse influence over our sport, or whether my want of faith and earnestness as an angler acted retributively on my companion as well as myself, I know not. But it is certain that he got almost as little reward for his skill as I got for my patience. After nearly 2 hours of intense expectation on my part, and intense angling on his, Mr. Garthwaite jerked his line out of the water in a rage, and bade me follow him to another place, declaring that the stream must have been netted by poachers in the night, who had taken all the large fish away with them, and had thrown in the small ones to grow until their next visit. We moved away farther down the bank, leaving the imperturbable foreman still in the flower garden, staring at us speechlessly on our departure, exactly as he already stared at us on our approach. "Stop a minute," said Mr. Garthwaite suddenly, after we had walked some distance in silence by the side of the stream. "I have an idea. Now we are out for a day's angling, we won't be balked. Instead of trying the water here again, we will go where I know, by experience, that the fishing is excellent. And what is more, you shall be introduced to a lady whose appearance is sure to interest you, and whose history, I can tell you beforehand, is a very remarkable one." "Indeed," I said. "May I ask in what way?" "She is connected," answered Mr. Garthwaite, "with an extraordinary story, which relates to a family once settled in an old house in this neighborhood. Her name is Miss Welwyn, but she is less formally known among the poor people about here, who love her dearly and honor her almost superstitiously, as the lady of Glenwith Grange. Wait till you have seen her before you ask me to say anything more. She lives in the strictest retirement. I am almost the only visitor who is admitted. Don't say you had rather not go in. Any friend of mine will be welcome at the Grange, the scene of the story, remember, for my sake, the more especially because I have never abused my privilege of introduction. The place is not above 2 miles from here, and the stream, which we call in our county dialect Glenwith Beck, runs through the ground." As we walked on, Mr. Garthwaite's manner altered. He became unusually silent and thoughtful. The mention of Miss Welwyn's name had evidently called up some recollections which were not in harmony with his everyday mood. Feeling that to talk to him on any indifferent subject would be only to interrupt his thoughts to no purpose, I walked by his side in perfect silence, looking out already with some curiosity and impatience for a first view of Glenwith Grange. We stopped at last close by an old church standing on the outskirts of a pretty village. The low wall of the churchyard was bounded on one side by a plantation, and was joined by a park paling, in which I noticed a small wicket gate. Mr. Garthwaite opened it, and led me along a shrubbery path, which conducted us circuitously to the dwelling-house. We had evidently entered by a private way, for we approached the building by the back. I looked up at it curiously, and saw standing at one of the windows on the lower floor a little girl watching us as we advanced. She seemed to be about 9 or 10 years old. I could not help stopping a moment to look up at her. Her clear complexion and her long dark hair were so beautiful, and yet there was something in her expression, a dimness and vacancy in her large eyes, a changeless, unmeaning smile on her parted lips, which seemed to jar with all that was naturally attractive in her face, which perplexed, disappointed, and even shocked me, though I hardly knew why. Mr. Garthwaite, who had been walking along thoughtfully with his eyes on the ground, turned back when he found me lingering behind him, looked up where I was looking, started a little, I thought, then took my arm, whispered rather impatiently, "Don't say anything about having seen that poor child when you were introduced to Miss Welwyn. I'll tell you why afterward," and led me round hastily to the front of the building. It was a very dreary old house, with a lawn in front thickly sprinkled with flower beds, and creepers of all sorts climbing in profusion about the heavy stone porch and the mullions of the lower windows. In spite of these prettiest of all ornaments clustering brightly around the building, in spite of the perfect repair in which it was kept from top to bottom, there was something repellent to me in the aspect of the whole place. A deathly stillness hung over it, which fell oppressively on my spirits. When my companion rang the loud, deep-toned bell, the sound startled me as if we had been committing a crime in disturbing the silence. And when the door was opened by an old female servant, while the hollow echo of the bell was still vibrating in the air, I could hardly imagine it possible that we should be let in. We were admitted, however, without the slightest demur. I remarked that there was the same atmosphere of dreary repose inside the house which I had already observed, or rather felt, outside it. No dogs barked at our approach, no doors banged in the servants' offices, no heads peeped over the banisters. Not one of the ordinary domestic consequences of an unexpected visit in the country met either eye or ear. The large, shadowy apartment, half library, half breakfast room, into which we were ushered, was as solitary as the hall of entrance, unless I except such drowsy evidences of life as were here presented to us in the shape of an Angora cat and a grey parrot, the first lying asleep in a chair, the second sitting ancient, solemn, and voiceless in a large cage. Mr. Garthwaite walked to the window when we entered, without saying a word. Determining to let his taciturn humour have its way, I asked him no questions, but looked around the room to see what information it would give me, and rooms often do give such information, about the character and habits of the owner of the house. 2 tables covered with books were the first objects that attracted me. On approaching them, I was surprised to find that the all-influencing periodical literature of the present day, whose sphere is already almost without limit, whose readers even in our time may be numbered by millions, was entirely unrepresented on Miss Welwyn's table. Nothing modern, nothing contemporary in the world of books presented itself. Of all the volumes beneath my hand, not one bore the badge of the circulating library, or wore the flaring modern livery of gilt cloth. Every work that I took up had been written at least 15 or 20 years since. The prints hanging round the walls, toward which I next looked, were all engraved from devotional subjects by the old masters. The music-stand contained no music of later date than the compositions of Haydn and Mozart. Whatever I examined besides told me with the same consistency the same strange tale. The owner of these possessions lived in the bygone time, lived among old recollections and old associations, a voluntary recluse from all that was connected with the passing day. In Miss Welwyn's house, the stir, the tumult, the idle business of the world evidently appealed in vain to sympathies which grew no longer with the growing hour. As these thoughts were passing through my mind, the door opened, and the lady herself appeared. She looked certainly past the prime of life, longer past it, as I afterward discovered, than she really was. But I never remember, in any other face, to have seen so much of the better part of the beauty of early womanhood still remaining, as I saw in hers. Sorrow had evidently passed over the fair, calm countenance before me, but had left resignation there as its only trace. Her expression was still youthful in its kindness and its candour especially. It was only when I looked at her hair that was now growing grey, at her wan thin hands, at the faint lines marked round her mouth, at the sad serenity of her eyes, that I fairly detected the mark of age, and more than that, the token of some great grief, which had been conquered but not banished. Even from her voice alone, from the peculiar uncertainty of its low, calm tones when she spoke, it was easy to conjecture that she must have passed through sufferings at some time of her life, which had tried to the quick the noble nature that they could not subdue. Mr. Garthwaite and she met each other almost like brother and sister. It was plain that the friendly intimacy between them had been of very long duration. Our visit was a short one. The conversation never advanced beyond the commonplace topics suited to the occasion. It was, therefore, from what I saw, and not from what I heard, that I was enabled to form my judgment of Miss Welwyn. Deeply as she had interested me, far more deeply than I at all know how to explain in fitting words, I cannot say that I was unwilling to depart when we rose to take leave. Though nothing could be more courteous and more kind than her manner toward me during the whole interview, I could still perceive that it cost her some effort to repress in my presence the shades of sadness and reserve which seemed often ready to steal over her. And I must confess that when I once or twice heard the half-sigh stifled and saw the momentary relapse into thoughtfulness suddenly restrained, I felt an indefinable awkwardness in my position, which made me ill at ease, which set me doubting whether, as a perfect stranger, I had done right in suffering myself to be introduced where no new faces could awaken either interest or curiosity, where no new sympathies could ever be felt, no new friendships ever be formed. As soon as we had taken leave of Miss Welwyn, and were on our way to the stream in her grounds, I more than satisfied Mr. Garthwaite that the impression the lady had produced on me was of no transitory kind, by overwhelming him with questions about her, not omitting one or two incidental inquiries on the subject of the little girl whom I had seen at the back window. He only rejoined that his story would answer all my questions, and that he would begin to tell it as soon as we had arrived at Glenwith Beck, and were comfortably settled to fishing. 5 minutes more of walking brought us to the bank of the stream, and showed us the water running smoothly and slowly, tinged with the softest green lustre from the reflections of trees which almost entirely arched it over. Leaving me to admire the view at my ease, Mr. Garthwaite occupied himself with the necessary preparations for angling, baiting my hook as well as his own. Then, desiring me to sit near him on the bank, he at last satisfied my curiosity by beginning his story. I shall relate it in his own manner, and as nearly as possible in his own words. End of section 25. Recording by Molly Craig. Section 26 of After Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Molly Craig. After Dark by Wilkie Collins. The Angler's Story of the Lady of Glenwith Grange, Part 1. I have known Miss Welwyn long enough to be able to bear personal testimony to the truth of many of the particulars which I am now about to relate. I knew her father and her younger sister Rosamond, and I was acquainted with the Frenchman who became Rosamond's husband. These are the persons of whom it will be principally necessary for me to speak. They are the only prominent characters in my story. Miss Welwyn's father died some years since. I remember him very well, though he never excited in me, or in any one else that I ever heard of, the slightest feeling of interest. When I have said that he inherited a very large fortune, amassed during his father's time, by speculations of a very daring, very fortunate, but not always very honourable kind, and that he bought this old house with the notion of raising his social position by making himself a member of our landed aristocracy in these parts, I have told you as much about him, I suspect, as you would care to hear. He was a thoroughly commonplace man, with no great virtues and no great vices in him. He had a little heart, a feeble mind, an amiable temper, a tall figure, and a handsome face. More than this need not and cannot be said on the subject of Mr. Welwyn's character. I must have seen the late Mrs. Welwyn very often as a child, but I cannot say that I remember anything more of her than that she was tall and handsome, and very generous and sweet-tempered toward me when I was in her company. She was her husband's superior in birth, as in everything else, was a great reader of books in all languages, and possessed such admirable talents as a musician, that her wonderful playing on the organ is remembered and talked of to this day among the old people in our country houses about here. All her friends, as I have heard, were disappointed when she married Mr. Welwyn, rich as he was, and were afterward astonished to find her preserving the appearance, at least, of being perfectly happy with a husband who neither in mind nor heart was worthy of her. It was generally supposed, and I have no doubt correctly, that she found her great happiness and her great consolation in her little girl Ida, now the lady from whom we have just parted. The child took after her mother from the first, inheriting her mother's fondness for books, her mother's love of music, her mother's quick sensibilities, and more than all, her mother's quiet firmness, patience, and loving kindness of disposition. From Ida's earliest years Mrs. Welwyn undertook the whole superintendence of her education. The two were hardly ever apart, within doors or without. Neighbors and friends said that the little girl was being brought up too fancifully, and was not enough among other children, was sadly neglected as to all reasonable and practical teaching, and was perilously encouraged in those dreamy and imaginative tendencies of which she had naturally more than her due share. There was, perhaps, some truth in this, and there might have been more if Ida had possessed an ordinary character, or had been reserved for an ordinary destiny. But she was a strange child from the first, and a strange future was in store for her. Little Ida reached her 11th year without either brother or sister to be her playfellow and companion at home. Immediately after that period, however, her sister Rosamond was born. Though Mr. Welwyn's own desire was to have had a son, there were, nevertheless, great rejoicings yonder in the old house on the birth of this second daughter. But they were all turned, only a few months afterward, to the bitterest grief and despair. The Grange lost its mistress. While Rosamond was still an infant in arms, her mother died. Mrs. Welwyn had been afflicted with some disorder after the birth of her second child, the name of which I am not learned enough in medical science to be able to remember. I only know that she recovered from it, to all appearance, in an unexpectedly short time, that she suffered a fatal relapse, and that she died a lingering and painful death. Mr. Welwyn, who in after years had a habit of vaingloriously describing his marriage as a love match on both sides, was really fond of his wife in his own frivolous, feeble way, and suffered as acutely as such a man could suffer during the latter days of her illness, and at the terrible time when the doctors, one and all, confessed that her life was a thing to be despaired of. He burst into irrepressible passions of tears, and was always obliged to leave the sick-room whenever Mrs. Welwyn spoke of her approaching end. The last solemn words of the dying woman, the tenderest messages that she could give, the dearest parting wishes that she could express, the most earnest commands that she could leave behind her, the gentlest reasons for consolation that she could suggest to the survivors among those who loved her, were not poured into her husband's ear, but into her child's. From the first period of her illness, Ida had persisted in remaining in the sick-room, rarely speaking, never showing outwardly any signs of terror or grief, except when she was removed from it, and then bursting into hysterical passions of weeping, which no expostulations, no arguments, no commands, nothing, in short, but bringing her back to the bedside, ever availed to calm. Her mother had been her playfellow, her companion, her dearest and most familiar friend, and there seemed something in the remembrance of this which, instead of overwhelming the child with despair, strengthened her to watch faithfully and bravely by her dying parent to the very last. When the parting moment was over, and when Mr. Welwyn, unable to bear the shock of being present in the house of death at the time of his wife's funeral, left home and went to stay with one of his relations in a distant part of England, Ida, whom it had been his wish to take away with him, petitioned earnestly to be left behind. "I promised mamma before she died that I would be as good to my little sister Rosamond as she had been to me," said the child simply, "and she told me in return that I might wait here and see her laid in her grave." There happened to be an aunt of Mrs. Welwyn and an old servant of the family in the house at this time, who understood Ida much better than her father did, and they persuaded him not to take her away. I have heard my mother say that the effect of the child's appearance at the funeral on her and on all who went to see it was something that she could never think of without the tears coming into her eyes, and could never forget to the last day of her life. It must have been very shortly after this period that I saw Ida for the first time. I remember accompanying my mother on a visit to the old house we have just left, in the summer, when I was at home for the holidays. It was a lovely sunshiny morning. There was nobody indoors, and we walked out into the garden. As we approached that lawn yonder, on the other side of the shrubbery, I saw, first, a young woman in mourning, apparently a servant, sitting reading, then a little girl, dressed all in black, moving toward us slowly over the bright turf, and holding up before her a baby, whom she was trying to teach to walk. She looked, to my ideas, so very young to be engaged in such an occupation as this, and her gloomy black frock appeared to be such an unnaturally grave garment for a mere child of her age, and looked so doubly dismal by contrast with the brilliant sunny lawn on which she stood, that I quite started when I first saw her, and eagerly asked my mother who she was. The answer informed me of the sad family story which I have been just relating to you. Mrs. Welwyn had then been buried about 3 months, and Ida, in her childish way, was trying, as she had promised, to supply her mother's place to her infant sister Rosamond. I only mention this simple incident because it is necessary, before I proceed to the eventful part of my narrative, that you should know exactly in what relation the sisters stood toward one another from the first. Of all the last parting words that Mrs. Welwyn had spoken to her child, none had been oftener repeated, none more solemnly urged, than those which had commended the little Rosamond to Ida's love and care. To other persons, the all-trusting dependence which the dying mother was known to have placed in a child hardly 11 years old, seemed merely a proof of that helpless desire to cling even to the feeblest consolations, which the approach of death so often brings with it. But the event showed that the trust so strangely placed had not been ventured vainly when it was committed to young and tender hands. The whole future existence of the child was one noble proof that she had been worthy of her mother's dying confidence when it was first reposed in her. In that simple incident which I have just mentioned, the new life of the 2 motherless sisters was all foreshadowed. Time passed. I left school, went to college, travelled in Germany, and stayed there some time to learn the language. At every interval, when I came home and asked about the Welwyns, the answer was, in substance, almost always the same. Mr. Welwyn was giving his regular dinners, performing his regular duties as a county magistrate, enjoying his regular recreations as an amateur farmer and an eager sportsman. His 2 daughters were never separate. Ida was the same strange, quiet, retiring girl that she had always been, and was still, as the phrase went, spoiling, Rosamond in every way in which it was possible for an elder sister to spoil a younger by too much kindness. I myself went to the Grange occasionally when I was in this neighbourhood, in holiday and vacation time, and was able to test the correctness of the picture of life there which had been drawn for me. I remembered the two sisters, when Rosamond was 4 or 5 years old, and when Ida seemed to me even then to be more like the child's mother than her sister. She bore with her little caprices as sisters do not bear with one another. She was so patient at lesson time, so anxious to conceal any weariness that might overcome her in play hours, so proud when Rosamond's beauty was noticed, so grateful for Rosamond's kisses when the child thought of bestowing them, so quick to notice all that Rosamond did, and to attend to all that Rosamond said, even when visitors were in the room, that she seemed to my boyish observation altogether different from other elder sisters in other family circles into which I was then received. I remember then, again, when Rosamond was just growing to womanhood, and was in high spirits at the prospect of spending a season in London, and being presented at court. She was very beautiful at that time, much handsomer than Ida. Her accomplishments were talked of far and near in our country circles. Few, if any, of the people, however, who applauded her playing and singing, who admired her water-colour drawings, who were delighted at her fluency when she spoke French, and amazed at her ready comprehension when she read German, knew how little of all this elegant mental cultivation and nimble manual dexterity she owed to her governess and masters, and how much to her elder sister. It was Ida who really found out the means of stimulating her when she was idle, Ida who helped her through all her worst difficulties, Ida who gently conquered her defects of memory over her books, her inaccuracies of ear at the piano, her errors of taste when she took the brush and pencil in hand. It was Ida alone who worked these marvels, and who all sufficient reward for her hardest exertions was a chance word of kindness from her sister's lips. Rosamond was not unaffectionate, and not ungrateful, but she inherited much of her father's commonness and frivolity of character. She became so accustomed to owe everything to her sister, to resign all her most trifling difficulties to Ida's ever-ready care, to have all her tastes consulted by Ida's ever-watchful kindness, that she never appreciated, as it deserved, the deep, devoted love of which she was the object. When Ida refused 2 good offers of marriage, Rosamond was as much astonished as the veriest strangers, who wondered why the elder Miss Welwyn seemed bent on remaining single all her life. When the journey to London, to which I have already alluded, took place, Ida accompanied her father and sister. If she had consulted her own tastes, she would have remained in the country, but Rosamond declared that she should feel quite lost and helpless 20 times a day, in town, without her sister. It was in the nature of Ida to sacrifice herself to any one whom she loved, on the smallest occasions as well as the greatest. Her affection was as intuitively ready to sanctify Rosamond's slightest caprices as to excuse Rosamond's most thoughtless faults. So she went to London cheerfully, to witness with pride all the little triumphs won by her sister's beauty, to hear and never tire of hearing all that admiring friends could say in her sister's praise. At the end of the season Mr. Welwyn and his daughters returned for a short time to the country, then left home again to spend the latter part of the autumn and the beginning of winter in Paris. They took with them excellent letters of introduction, and saw a great deal of the best society in Paris, foreign as well as English. At one of the first of the evening parties which they attended, the general topic of conversation was the conduct of a certain French nobleman, the Baron Franval, who had returned to his native country after a long absence, and who was spoken of in terms of high eulogy by the majority of the guests present. The history of who Franval was, and of what he had done, was readily communicated to Mr. Welwyn and his daughters, and was briefly this. The Baron inherited little from his ancestors, besides his high rank and his ancient pedigree. On the death of his parents, he and his 2 unmarried sisters, their only surviving children, found the small territorial property of the Franvals in Normandy barely productive enough to afford a comfortable subsistence for the 3. The Baron, then a young man of 23, endeavoured to obtain such military or civil employment as might become his rank. But although the Bourbons were at that time restored to the throne of France, his efforts were ineffectual. Either his interest at court was bad, or secret enemies were at work to oppose his advancement. He failed to obtain even the slightest favour, and irritated by undeserved neglect resolved to leave France, and seek occupation for his energies in foreign countries, where his rank would be no bar to his bettering his fortunes, if he pleased, by engaging in commercial pursuits. An opportunity of the kind that he wanted unexpectedly offered itself. He left his sisters in care of an old male relative of the family at the chateau in Normandy, and sailed, in the first instance, to the West Indies, afterward extending his wanderings to the continent of South America, and there engaging in mining transactions on a very large scale. After 15 years of absence, during the latter part of which time false reports of his death had reached Normandy, he had just returned to France, having realized a handsome independence with which he proposed to widen the limits of his ancestral property, and to give his sisters, who were still, like himself, unmarried, all the luxuries and advantages that affluence could bestow. The Baron's independent spirit and generous devotion to the honour of his family and the happiness of his surviving relatives were themes of general admiration in most of the social circles of Paris. He was expected to arrive in the capital every day, and it was naturally enough predicted that his reception in society there could not fail to be of the most flattering and most brilliant kind. The Welwyns listened to this story with some little interest, Rosamond, who was very romantic, being especially attracted by it, and openly avowing to her father and sister, when they got back to their hotel, that she felt as ardent a curiosity as anybody to see the adventurous and generous Baron. The desire was soon gratified. Franval came to Paris, as had been anticipated, was introduced to the Welwyns, met them constantly in society, made no favourable impression on Ida, but won the good opinion of Rosamond from the first, and was regarded with such high approval by their father, that when he mentioned his intentions of visiting England in the spring of the new year, he was cordially invited to spend the hunting season at Glenwith Grange. I came back from Germany about the same time that the Welwyns returned from Paris, and at once set myself to improve my neighbourly intimacy with the family. I was very fond of Ida, more fond perhaps than my vanity will now allow me to, but that is of no consequence. It is much more to the purpose to tell you that I heard the whole of the Baron's story enthusiastically related by Mr. Welwyn and Rosamond, that he came to the Grange at the appointed time, that I was introduced to him, and that he produced as unfavourable an impression upon me as he had already produced upon Ida. It was whimsical enough, but I really could not tell why I disliked him, though I could account very easily, according to my own notions, for his winning the favour and approval of Rosamond and her father. He was certainly a handsome man as far as features went. He had a winning gentleness and graceful respect in his manner when he spoke to women, and he sang remarkably well, with one of the sweetest tenor voices I ever heard. These qualities alone were quite sufficient to attract any girl of Rosamond's disposition, and I certainly never wondered why he was a favourite of hers. Then, as to her father, the Baron was not only fitted to win his sympathy and regard in the field, by proving himself an ardent sportsman and an excellent rider, but was also, in virtue of some of his minor personal peculiarities, just the man to gain the friendship of his host. Mr. Welwyn was as ridiculously prejudiced as most weak-headed Englishmen are on the subject of foreigners in general. In spite of his visit to Paris, the vulgar notion of a Frenchman continued to be his notion, both while he was in France and when he returned from it. Now, the Baron was as unlike the traditional monsieur of English songs, plays, and satires as a man could well be, and it was on account of this very dissimilarity that Mr. Welwyn first took a violent fancy to him, and then invited him to his house. Franval spoke English remarkably well, wore neither beard, moustache, nor whiskers, kept his hair cut almost unbecomingly short, dressed in the extreme of plainness and modest good taste, talked little in general society, uttered his words, when he did speak, with singular calmness and deliberation, and, to crown all, had the greater part of his acquired property invested in English securities. In Mr. Welwyn's estimation, such a man as this was a perfect miracle of a Frenchman, and he admired and encouraged him accordingly. I have said that I disliked him, yet could not assign a reason for my dislike, and I can only repeat it now. He was remarkably polite to me. We often rode together in hunting, and sat near each other at the Grange table, but I could never become familiar with him. He always gave me the idea of a man who had some mental reservation in saying the most trifling thing. There was a constant restraint, hardly perceptible to most people, but plainly visible, nevertheless, to me, which seemed to accompany his lightest words, and to hang about his most familiar manner. This, however, was no just reason for my secretly disliking or distrusting him as I did. Ida said as much to me, I remember, when I confessed to her what my feelings toward him were, and tried but vainly to induce her to be equally candid with me in return. She seemed to shrink from the tacit condemnation of Rosamond's opinion, which such a confidence on her part would have implied. And yet she watched the growth of that opinion, or, in other words, the growth of her sister's liking for the Baron, with an apprehension and sorrow which she tried fruitlessly to conceal. Even her father began to notice that her spirits were not so good as usual, and to suspect the cause of her melancholy. I remember he jested, with all the dense insensibility of a stupid man, about Ida having invariably been jealous, from a child, if Rosamond looked kindly upon anybody except her elder sister. The spring began to get far advanced toward summer. Franval paid a visit to London, came back in the middle of the season to Glenwith Grange, wrote to put off his departure for France, and last, not at all to the surprise of anybody who was intimate with the Welwyns, proposed to Rosamond, and was accepted. He was candour and generosity itself when the preliminaries of the marriage settlement were under discussion. He quite overpowered Mr. Welwyn and the lawyers with references, papers, and statements of the distribution and extent of his property, which were found to be perfectly correct. His sisters were written to, and returned the most cordial answers, saying that the state of their health would not allow them to come to England for the marriage, but adding a warm invitation to Normandy for the bride and her family. Nothing, in short, could be more straightforward and satisfactory than the Baron's behaviour, and the testimonies to his worth and integrity which the news of the approaching marriage produced from his relatives and friends. End of section 26. Recording by Molly Craig. Section 27 of After Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Molly Craig. After Dark by Wilkie Collins. The Angler's Story of the Lady of Glenwith Grange, Part 2. The only joyless face at the Grange now was Ida's. At any time it would have been a hard trial to her to resign that first and foremost place which she had held since childhood in her sister's heart, as she knew she must resign it when Rosamond married. But secretly disliking and distrusting Franval as she did, the thought that he was soon to become the husband of her beloved sister filled her with a vague sense of terror which she could not explain to herself, which it was imperatively necessary that she should conceal, and which, on those very accounts, became a daily and hourly torment to her that was almost more than she could bear. One consolation alone supported her. Rosamond and she were not to be separated. She knew that the Baron secretly disliked her as much as she disliked him. She knew that she must bid farewell to the brighter and happier part of her life on the day when she went to live under the same roof with her sister's husband. But, true to the promise made years and years ago by her dying mother's bed, true to the affection which was the ruling and beautiful feeling of her whole existence, she never hesitated about indulging Rosamond's wish when the girl, in her bright, light-hearted way, said that she could never get on comfortably in the marriage state unless she had Ida to live with her and help her just the same as ever. The Baron was too polite a man even to look dissatisfied when he heard of the proposed arrangement, and it was therefore settled from the beginning that Ida was always to live with her sister. The marriage took place in the summer, and the bride and bridegroom went to spend their honeymoon in Cumberland. On their return to Glenwith Grange, a visit to the Baron's sisters in Normandy was talked of, but the execution of this project was suddenly and disastrously suspended by the death of Mr. Welwyn from an attack of pleurisy. In consequence of this calamity, the projected journey was of course deferred, and when autumn and the shooting season came, the Baron was unwilling to leave the well-stocked preserves of the Grange. He seemed, indeed, to grow less and less inclined, as time advanced, for the trip to Normandy, and wrote excuse after excuse to his sisters, when letters arrived from them urging him to pay the promised visit. In the winter time, he said he would not allow his wife to risk a long journey. In the spring, his health was pronounced to be delicate. In the genial summer time, the accomplishment of the proposed visit would be impossible, for at that period the Baroness expected to become a mother. Such were the apologies which Franval seemed almost glad to be able to send to his sisters in France. The marriage was, in the strictest sense of the term, a happy one. The Baron, though he never altogether lost the strange restraint and reserve of his manner, was, in his quiet, peculiar way, the fondest and kindest of husbands. He went to town occasionally on business, but always seemed glad to return to the Baroness. He never varied in the politeness of his bearing toward his wife's sister. He behaved with the most courteous hospitality toward all the friends of the Welwyns. In short, he thoroughly justified the good opinion which Rosamond and her father had formed of him when they first met at Paris. And yet no experience of his character thoroughly reassured Ida. Months passed on quietly and pleasantly, and still that secret sadness, that indefinable, unreasonable apprehension on Rosamond's account, hung heavily on her sister's heart. At the beginning of the first summer months a little domestic inconvenience happened, which showed the Baroness, for the first time, that her husband's temper could be seriously ruffled, and that by the veriest trifle. He was in the habit of taking in 2 French provincial newspapers, one published at Bordeaux and the other at Havre. He always opened these journals the moment they came, looked at one particular column of each with the deepest attention for a few minutes, then carelessly threw them aside into his waste-paper basket. His wife and her sister were at first rather surprised at the manner in which he read his 2 papers, but they thought no more of it when he explained that he only took them in to consult them about French commercial intelligence which might be, occasionally, of importance to him. These papers were published weekly. On the occasion to which I have just referred, the Bordeaux paper came on the proper day as usual, but the Havre paper never made its appearance. This trifling circumstance seemed to make the Baron seriously uneasy. He wrote off directly to the country post office and to the newspaper agent in London. His wife, astonished to see his tranquillity so completely overthrown by so slight a cause, tried to restore his good humour by jesting with him about the missing newspaper. He replied by the first angry and unfeeling words that she had heard issue from his lips. She was then within about 6 weeks of her confinement, and very unfit to hear harsh words from anybody, least of all from her husband. On the 2nd day no answer came. On the afternoon of the 3rd the Baron rode off to the post town to make inquiries. About an hour after he had gone, a strange gentleman came to the Grange, and asked to see the Baroness. On being informed that she was not well enough to receive visitors, he sent up a message that his business was of great importance, and that he should wait downstairs for a second answer. On receiving this message, Rosamond turned, as usual, to her elder sister for advice. Ida went downstairs immediately to see the stranger. What I am now about to tell you of the extraordinary interview which took place between them, and of the shocking events that followed it, I have heard from Miss Welwyn's own lips. She felt unaccountably nervous when she entered the room. The stranger bowed very politely, and asked in a foreign accent if she were the Baroness Franval. She set him right on this point, and told him she attended to all matters of business for the Baroness, adding, if his errand at all concerned her sister's husband, the Baron was not then at home. The stranger answered that he was aware of it when he called, and that the unpleasant business on which he came could not be confided to the Baron, at least in the first instance. She asked why. He said he was there to explain, and expressed himself as feeling greatly relieved at having to open his business to her, because she would doubtless be able to prepare her sister for the bad news that he was, unfortunately, obliged to bring. The sudden faintness which overcame her as he spoke those words prevented her from addressing him in return. He poured out some water for her from a bottle which happened to be standing on the table, and asked if he might depend on her fortitude. She tried to say yes, but the violent throbbing of her heart seemed to choke her. He took a foreign newspaper from his pocket, saying that he was a secret agent of the French police, and that the paper was the Havre Journal for the past week, and that it had been expressly kept from reaching the Baron, as usual, through his, the agent's, interference. He then opened the newspaper, and begged that she would nerve herself sufficiently, for her sister's sake, to read certain lines, which would give her some hint of the business that brought him there. He pointed to the passage as he spoke. It was among the shipping entries, and was thus expressed: "Arrived the Berenice from San Francisco, with a valuable cargo of hides. She brings one passenger, the Baron Franval, of Chateau Franval in Normandy." As Miss Welwyn read the entry, her heart, which had been throbbing violently but the moment before, seemed suddenly to cease from all action, and she began to shiver. though it was a warm June evening. The agent held the tumbler to her lips and made her drink a little of the water, entreating her very earnestly to take courage and listen to him. He then sat down and referred again to the entry, every word he uttered seeming to burn itself in forever, as she expressed it, on her memory and her heart. He said, "It has been ascertained beyond the possibility of doubt that there is no mistake about the names in the lines you have just read. And it is as certain as that we are here that there is only one Baron Franval now alive. The question, therefore, is whether the passenger by the Berenice is the true Baron, or, I beg you most earnestly to bear with me and to compose yourself, or the husband of your sister. The person who arrived last week at Havre was scouted as an impostor by the ladies at the chateau. The moment he presented himself there as the brother, returning to them after 16 years of absence. The authorities were communicated with, and I and my assistants were instantly sent for from Paris. We wasted no time in questioning the supposed impostor. He either was or affected to be in a perfect frenzy of grief and indignation. We just ascertained from competent witnesses that he bore an extraordinary resemblance to the real Baron, and that he was perfectly familiar with places and persons in and about the chateau. We just ascertained that, and then proceeded to confer with the local authorities, and to examine their private entrées of suspected persons in their jurisdiction, ranging back over a period of 20 years or more. One of the entries thus consulted contained these particulars: Hector Auguste Montbrun, son of a respectable proprietor in Normandy, well educated, gentlemanlike manners, on bad terms with his family, character bold, cunning, unscrupulous, self-possessed, is a clever mimic, may be easily recognized by his striking likeness to the Baron Franval, imprisoned at 20 for theft and assault." Miss Welwyn saw the agent look up at her after he had read this extract from the police book, to ascertain if she was still able to listen to him. He asked, with some appearance of alarm, as their eyes met, if she would like some more water. She was just able to make a sign in the negative. He took a second extract from his pocket-book and went on. He said, "The next entry under the same name was dated 4 years later, and ran thus: H. A. Montbrun, condemned to the galleys for life, for assassination and other crimes not officially necessary to be here specified. Escaped from custody at Toulon. Is known, since the expiration of his first term of imprisonment, to have allowed his beard to grow, and to have worn his hair long, with the intention of rendering it impossible for those acquainted with him in his native province to recognize him, as heretofore, by his likeness to the Baron Franval." There were more particulars added, not important enough for extract. We immediately examined the supposed impostor, for if he was Montbrun, we knew that we should find on his shoulder the 2 letters of the convict brand T.F., standing for Travaux Forcés. After the minutest examination with the mechanical and chemical tests used on such occasions, not the slightest trace of the brand was to be found. The moment this astounding discovery was made, I started to lay an embargo on the forthcoming numbers of the Havre Journal for that week, which were about to be sent to the English agent in London. I arrived at Havre on Saturday, the morning of publication, in time to execute my design. I waited there long enough to communicate by telegraph with my superiors in Paris, then hastened to this place. What my errand is here, you may— He might have gone on speaking for some moments longer, but Miss Welwyn heard no more. Her first sensation of returning consciousness was the feeling that water was being sprinkled on her face. Then she saw that all the windows in the room had been set wide open to give her air, and that she and the agent were still alone. At first she felt bewildered, and hardly knew who he was, but he soon recalled to her mind the horrible realities that had brought him there, by apologizing for not having summoned assistance when she fainted. He said it was of the last importance in Franval's absence that no one in the house should imagine that anything unusual was taking place in it. Then, after giving her an interval of a minute or two to collect what little strength she had left, he added that he would not increase her sufferings by saying anything more just then on the shocking subject of the investigation which it was his duty to make, that he would leave her to recover herself, and to consider what was the best course to be taken with the Baroness in present terrible emergency, and that he would privately return to the house between 8 and 9 o'clock that evening, ready to act as Miss Welwyn wished, and to afford her and her sister any aid and protection of which they might stand in need. With these words he bowed, and noiselessly quit the room. For the first few awful minutes after she was left alone, Miss Welwyn sat helpless and speechless, utterly numbed in heart and mind and body. Then a sort of instinct, she was incapable of thinking, seemed to urge her to conceal the fearful news from her sister as long as possible. She ran upstairs to Rosamond's sitting-room, and called through the door, for she dared not trust herself in her sister's presence, that the visitor had come on some troublesome business from their late father's lawyers, and that she was going to shut herself up and write some long letters in connection with that business. After she had got into her own room, she was never sensible of how time was passing, never conscious of any feeling within her, except a baseless, helpless hope that the French police might yet be proved to have made some terrible mistake, until she heard a violent shower of rain come on a little after sunset. The noise of the rain, and the freshness it brought with it in the air, seemed to awaken her as if from a painful and a fearful sleep. The power of reflection returned to her. Her heart heaved and bounded with an overwhelming terror, as the thought of Rosamond came back vividly to it. Her memory recurred despairingly to the long past day of her mother's death, and to the farewell promise she had made by her mother's bedside. She burst into a hysterical passion of weeping that seemed to be tearing her to pieces. In the midst of it she heard the clatter of a horse's hoofs in the courtyard, and knew that Rosamond's husband had come back. Dipping her handkerchief in cold water, and passing it over her eyes as she left the room, she instantly hastened to her sister. Fortunately, the daylight was fading in the old-fashioned chamber that Rosamond occupied. Before they could say 2 words to each other, Franval was in the room. He seemed violently irritated, said that he had waited for the arrival of the mail, that the missing newspaper had not come by it, that he had got wet through, that he felt a shivering fit coming on, and that he believed he had caught a violent cold. His wife anxiously suggested some simple remedies. He roughly interrupted her, saying there was but one remedy, the remedy of going to bed, and so left them without another word. She just put her handkerchief to her eyes, and said softly to her sister, "How he has changed!" then spoke no more. They sat silent for half an hour or longer. After that, Rosamond went affectionately and forgivingly to see how her husband was. She returned saying that he was in bed and in a deep, heavy sleep, and predicting hopefully that he would wake up quite well the next morning. In a few minutes more the clock struck 9, and Ida heard the servant's step ascending the stairs. She suspected what his errand was, and went out to meet him. Her presentiment had not deceived her. The police agent had arrived, and was waiting for her downstairs. He asked her if she had said anything to her sister, or had thought of any plan of action the moment she entered the room, and, on receiving a reply in the negative, inquired further if the Baron had come home yet. She answered that he had, that he was ill and tired and vexed, and that he had gone to bed. The agent asked in an eager whisper if she knew that he was asleep and alone in bed, and when he received her reply, said that he must go up into the bedroom directly. She began to feel the faintness coming over her again, and with it sensations of loathing and terror that she could neither express to others nor define to herself. He said that if she hesitated to let him avail himself of this unexpected opportunity, her scruples might lead to fatal results. He reminded her that if the Baron were really the convict Montbrun, the claims of society and of justice demanded that he should be discovered by the first available means, and that if he were not, if some unconceivable mistake had really been committed, then such a plan for getting immediately at the truth as was now proposed would ensure the delivery of an innocent man from suspicion, and at the same time spare him the knowledge that he had ever been suspected. This last argument had its effect on Mrs. Welwyn. The baseless, helpless hope that the French authorities might yet be proved to be in error, which she had already felt in her own room, returned to her now. She suffered the agent to lead her upstairs. He took the candle from her hand when she pointed to the door, opened it softly, and leaving it ajar, went into the room. She looked through the gap with a feverish, horror-struck curiosity. Franval was lying on his side in a profound sleep, with his back turned toward the door. The agent softly placed the candle upon a small reading table between the door and the bedside, softly drew down the bedclothes a little away from the sleeper's back, then took a pair of scissors from the toilet table, and very gently and slowly began to cut away, first the loose folds, then the intervening strips of linen from the part of Franval's nightgown that was over his shoulders. When the upper part of his back had been bared in this way, the agent took the candle and held it near the flesh. Miss Welwyn heard him ejaculate some word under his breath, then saw him looking round to where she was standing and beckoning her to come in. Mechanically she obeyed. Mechanically she looked down where his finger was pointing. It was the convict Montbrun. There, just visible under the bright light of the candle, were the fatal letters T.F. branded on the villain's shoulder. Though she could neither move nor speak, the horror of this discovery did not deprive her of her consciousness. She saw the agent softly draw up the bedclothes again into their proper position, replace the scissors on the toilet table, and take from it a bottle of smelling salts. She felt him removing her from the bedroom, and helping her quickly downstairs, giving her the salts to smell to by the way. When they were alone again, he said, with the first appearance of agitation that he had yet exhibited, "Now, madame, for God's sake, collect all your courage and be guided by me. You and your sister had better leave the house immediately. Have you any relatives in the neighborhood with whom you could take refuge?" They had none. What is the name of the nearest town where you could get good accommodation for the night? Harleybrook. He wrote the name down on his tablets. How far off is it? 12 miles. You had better have the carriage out at once to go there with as little delay as possible, leaving me to pass the night here. I will communicate with you tomorrow at the principal hotel. Can you compose yourself sufficiently to be able to tell the head servant, if I ring for him, that he is to obey my orders till further notice? The servant was summoned, and received his instructions, the agent going out with him to see that the carriage was got ready quietly and quickly. Miss Welwyn went upstairs to her sister. How the fearful news was first broken to Rosamond I cannot relate to you. Miss Welwyn has never confided to me, has never confided to anybody, what happened at the interview between her sister and herself that night. I can tell you nothing of the shock they both suffered, except that the younger and the weaker died under it, that the elder and the stronger has never recovered from it and never will. They went away the same night, with one attendant to Harleybrook, as the agent had advised. Before daybreak, Rosamond was seized with the pains of premature labor. She died 3 days after, unconscious of the horror of her situation, wandering in her mind about past times, and singing old tunes that Ida had taught her as she lay in her sister's arms. The child was born alive, and lives still. You saw her at the window as we came in at the back way to the Grange. I surprise you, I dare say, by asking you not to speak of her to Miss Welwyn. Perhaps you noticed something vacant in the little girl's expression. I am sorry to say that her mind is more vacant still. If idiot did not sound like a mocking word, however tenderly and pityingly one may wish to utter it, I should tell you that the poor thing had been an idiot from her birth. You will doubtless want to hear now what happened at Glenwith Grange after Miss Welwyn and her sister had left it. I have seen the letter which the police agent sent the next morning to Harleybrook, and speaking from my recollection of that, I shall be able to relate all that you can desire to know. First, as to the past history of the scoundrel Montbrun, I need only tell you that he was identical with an escaped convict, who for a long term of years had successfully eluded the vigilance of the authorities all over Europe, and in America as well. In conjunction with 2 accomplices, he had succeeded in possessing himself of large sums of money by the most criminal means. He also acted secretly as the banker of his convict brethren, whose dishonest gains were all confided to his hands for safekeeping. He would have been certainly captured on venturing back to France, along with his 2 associates, but for the daring imposture in which he took refuge, and which, if the true Baron Franval had really died abroad, as was reported, would in all probability never have been found out. Besides his extraordinary likeness to the Baron, he had every other requisite for carrying on his deception successfully. Though his parents were not wealthy, he had received a good education. He was so notorious for his gentlemanlike manners among the villainous associates of his crimes and excesses, that they nicknamed him the Prince. All his early life had been passed in the neighborhood of the Château Franval. He knew what were the circumstances which had induced the Baron to leave it. He had been in the country to which the Baron had emigrated. He was able to refer familiarity to persons and localities at home and abroad, with which the Baron was sure to be acquainted. And lastly, he had an expatriation of 15 years to plead for him as his all-sufficient excuse, if he made any slight mistakes before the Baron's sisters, in his assumed character of their long-absent brother. It will be, of course, hardly necessary for me to tell you, in relation to this part of the subject, that the true Franval was immediately and honorably reinstated in the family rights of which the impostor had succeeded for a time in depriving him. According to Montbrun's own account, he had married poor Rosamond purely for love, and the probabilities certainly are that the pretty, innocent English girl had really struck the villain's fancy for the time, and that the easy, quiet life he was leading at the Grange pleased him, by contrast with his perilous and vagabond existence of former days. What might have happened if he had had time enough to grow wearied of his ill-fated wife and his English home, it is now useless to inquire. What really did happen on the morning when he awoke after the flight of Ida and her sister can be briefly told. As soon as his eyes opened, they rested on the police agent, sitting quietly by the bedside, with a loaded pistol in his hand. Montbrun knew immediately that he was discovered, but he never for an instant lost the self-possession for which he was famous. He said he wished to have 5 minutes allowed to him to deliberate quietly in bed whether he should resist the French authorities on English ground, and so gain time by obliging the one government to apply specially to have him delivered up by the other, or whether he should accept the terms officially offered to him by the agent, if he quietly allowed himself to be captured. He chose the latter course, it was suspected, because he wished to communicate personally with some of his convict associates in France, whose fraudulent gains were in his keeping, and because he felt boastfully confident of being able to escape again whenever he pleased. Be his secret motives, however, what they might, he allowed the agent to conduct him peaceably from the Grange, first writing a farewell letter to poor Rosamond, full of heartless French sentiment and glib sophistries about fate and society. His own fate was not long in overtaking him. He attempted to escape again, as it had been expected he would, and was shot by the sentinel on duty at the time. I remember hearing that the bullet entered his head and killed him on the spot. My story is done. It is 10 years now since Rosamond was buried in the churchyard yonder, and it is 10 years also since Miss Welwyn returned to be the lonely inhabitant of Glenwith Grange. She now lives but in the remembrances that it calls up before her of her happier existence of former days. There is hardly an object in the old house which does not tenderly and solemnly remind her of her mother, whose last wishes she lived to obey, of the sister whose happiness was once her dearest earthly care. Those prints that you noticed on the library walls, Rosamond used to copy in the pastime, when her pencil was often guided by Ida's hand. Those music books that you were looking over, she and her mother have played from together through many a long and quiet summer's evening. She has no ties now to bind her to the present but the poor child whose affliction it is her constant effort to lighten, and the little peasant population around her, whose humble cares and wants and sorrows she is always ready to relieve. Far and near her modest charities have penetrated among us, and far and near she is heartily beloved and blessed in many a labourer's household. There is no poor man's hearth, not in this village only, but for miles away from it as well, at which you would not be received with the welcome given to an old friend, if only you told the cottagers that you knew the lady of Glenwith Grange. End of section 27. Recording by Molly Craig.
Section 28 of After Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Warren Cotty, Gurnee, Illinois. After Dark by Wilkie Collins. Prologue to the fifth story. The next piece of work which occupied my attention after taking leave of Mr. Garthwaite offered the strongest possible contrast to the task which had last engaged me. Fresh from painting a bull at a farmhouse, I set forth to copy A Holy Family by Correggio at a convent of nuns. People who go to the Royal Academy exhibition and see pictures by famous artists, painted year after year in the same marked style which first made them celebrated, would be amazed indeed if they knew what a jack-of-all-trades a poor painter must become before he can gain his daily bread. The picture by Correggio which I was now commissioned to copy had been lent to the nuns by a Catholic gentleman of fortune, who prized it as the gem of his collection, and who had never before trusted it out of his own hands. My copy, when completed, was to be placed over the high altar of the convent chapel, and my work throughout its progress was to be pursued entirely in the parlor of the nunnery, and always in the watchful presence of one or other of the inmates of the house. It was only on such conditions that the owner of the Correggio was willing to trust his treasure out of his own hands, and to suffer it to be copied by a stranger. The restrictions he imposed, which I thought sufficiently absurd, and perhaps offensively suspicious as well, were communicated to me politely enough before I was allowed to undertake the commission. Unless I was inclined to submit to precautionary regulations which would affect any other artist exactly as they affected me, I was told not to think of offering to make the copy, and the nuns would then address themselves to some other person in my profession. After a day's consideration, I submitted to the restrictions, by my wife's advice, and saved the nuns the trouble of making application for a copier of Correggio in any other quarter. I found the convent was charmingly situated in a quiet little valley in the west of England. The parlor in which I was to paint was a large, well-lighted apartment, and the village inn, about half a mile off, afforded me cheap and excellent quarters for the night. Thus far, therefore, there was nothing to complain of. As for the picture, which was the next object of interest to me, I was surprised to find that the copying of it would be by no means so difficult a task as I had anticipated. I am rather of a revolutionary spirit in matters of art, and am bold enough to think that the old masters have their faults as well as their beauties. I can give my opinion, therefore, on the Correggio at the convent independently at least. Looked at technically, the picture was a fine specimen of coloring and execution, but looked at for the higher merits of delicacy, elevation, and feeling for the subject, it deserved copying as little as the most commonplace work that any unlucky modern artist ever produced. The faces of the Holy Family not only failed to display the right purity and tenderness of expression, but absolutely failed to present any expression at all. It is flat heresy to say so, but the valuable Correggio was nevertheless emphatically, and in so many words, a very uninteresting picture. So much for the convent and the work that I was to do in it. My next anxiety was to see how the restrictions imposed on me were to be carried out. The first day, the Mother Superior herself mounted guard in the parlor, a stern, silent, fanatical-looking woman, who seemed determined to awe me and make me uncomfortable, and who succeeded thoroughly in the execution of her purpose. The second day she was relieved by the officiating priest of the convent, a mild, melancholy, gentleman-like man, with whom I got on tolerably well. The third day I had for overlooker the portress of the house, a dirty, dismal, deaf old woman, who did nothing but knit stockings and chew orris root. The fourth day a middle-aged nun, whom I heard addressed as Mother Martha, occupied the post of guardian to the precious Correggio, and with her the number of my overlookers terminated. She and the portress and the priest and the Mother Superior relieved each other with military regularity until I had put the last touch to my copy. I found them ready for me every morning on entering the parlor, and I left them in the chair of observation every evening on quitting it. As for any young and beautiful nuns who might have been in the building, I never so much as set eyes on the ends of their veils. From the door to the parlor, and from the parlor to the door, comprised the whole of my experience of the inside of the convent. The only one of my superintending companions with whom I established anything like a familiar acquaintance was Mother Martha. She had no outward attractions to recommend her, but she was simple, good-humored, ready to gossip, and inquisitive to a perfectly incredible degree. Her whole life had been passed in the nunnery. She was thoroughly accustomed to her seclusion, thoroughly content with the monotonous round of her occupations, not at all anxious to see the world for herself, but, on the other hand, insatiably curious to know all about it from others. There was no question connected with myself, my wife, my children, my friends, my profession, my income, my travels, my favorite amusements, and even my favorite sins, which a woman could ask a man, that Mother Martha did not, in the smallest and softest of voices, ask of me. Though an intelligent, well-informed person in all that related to her own special vocation, she was a perfect child in everything else. I constantly caught myself talking to her just as I should have talked at home to one of my own little girls. I hope no one will think that, in expressing myself thus, I am writing disparagingly of the poor nun. On two accounts I shall always feel compassionately and gratefully toward Mother Martha. She was the only person in the convent who seemed sincerely anxious to make her presence in the parlor as agreeable to me as possible, and she good-humoredly told me the story which it is my object in these pages to introduce to the reader. In both ways I am deeply indebted to her, and I hope always to remember the obligation. The circumstances under which the story came to be related to me may be told in very few words. The interior of a convent parlor being a complete novelty to me, I looked around with some interest on first entering my painting room at the nunnery. There was but little in it to excite the curiosity of anyone. The floor was covered with common matting, and the ceiling with plain whitewash. The furniture was of the simplest kind, a low chair with a praying desk fixed to the back, and a finely carved oak bookcase, studded all over with brass crosses, being the only useful objects that I could discern which had any conventional character about them. As for the ornaments of the room, they were entirely beyond my appreciation. I could feel no interest in the colored prints of saints, with gold platters at the backs of their heads, that hung on the wall, and I could see nothing particularly impressive in the two plain little alabaster pots for holy water, fastened, one near the door, the other over the chimney-piece. The only object, indeed, in the whole room which in the slightest degree attracted my curiosity was an old worm-eaten wooden cross, made in the rudest manner, hanging by itself on a slip of wall between two windows. It was so strangely rough and misshapen a thing to exhibit prominently in a neat room that I suspected some history must be attached to it, and resolved to speak to my friend the nun about it at the earliest opportunity. "Mother Martha," I said, taking advantage of the first pause in the succession of quaintly innocent questions which she was as usual addressing to me, "I have been looking at that rough old cross hanging between the windows, and fancying that it must surely be some curiosity." "Hush, hush!" exclaimed the nun. "You must not speak of that as a curiosity. The Mother Superior calls it a relic." "I beg your pardon," said I. "I ought to have chosen my expressions more carefully." "Not," interposed Mother Martha, nodding to show me that my apology need not be finished, "not that it is exactly a relic in the strict Catholic sense of the word, but there were circumstances in the life of the person who made it." Here she stopped and looked at me doubtfully. "Circumstances, perhaps, which it is not considered advisable to communicate to strangers?" I suggested. "Oh, no," answered the nun. "I never heard that they were to be kept a secret. They were not told as a secret to me." "Then you know all about them?" I asked. "Certainly, I could tell you the whole story of the wooden cross. But it is all about Catholics, and you are a Protestant." "That, Mother Martha, does not make it at all less interesting to me." "Does it not, indeed?" exclaimed the nun innocently. "What a strange man you are, and what a remarkable religion yours must be! What do your priests say about ours? Are they learned men, your priests?" I felt that my chance of hearing Mother Martha's story would be a poor one indeed if I allowed her to begin a fresh string of questions. Accordingly, I dismissed the inquiries about the clergy of the Established Church with the most irreverent briefness, and recalled her attention forthwith to the subject of the wooden cross. "Yes, yes," said the good-natured nun. "Surely you shall hear all I can tell you about it. But—" she hesitated timidly, "but I must ask the Mother Superior's leave first." Saying these words, she summoned the portress, to my great amusement, to keep guard over the inestimable Correggio in her absence, and left the room. In less than 5 minutes she came back, looking quite happy and important in her innocent way. "The Mother Superior," she said, "has given me leave to tell all I know about the wooden cross. She says it may do you good and improve your Protestant opinion of us Catholics." I expressed myself as being both willing and anxious to profit by what I heard, and the nun began her narrative immediately. She related it in her own simple, earnest, minute way, dwelling as long on small particulars as on important incidents, and making moral reflections for my benefit at every place where it was possible to introduce them. In spite, however, of these drawbacks in the telling of it, the story interested and impressed me in no ordinary degree, and I now purpose putting the events of it together as skilfully and strikingly as I can, in the hope that this written version of the narrative may appeal as strongly to the reader's sympathies as the spoken version did to mine. End of section 28. Recording by Warren Cotty, Gurnee, Illinois.
Section 29 of After Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. After Dark by Wilkie Collins. The Nun's Story of Gabriel's Marriage, Chapter 1. One night, during the period of the First French Revolution, the family of François Sarzeau, a fisherman of Brittany, were all waking and watching at a late hour in their cottage on the peninsula of Quiberon. François had gone out in his boat that evening, as usual, to fish. Shortly after his departure, the wind had risen, the clouds had gathered, and the storm, which had been threatening at intervals throughout the whole day, burst forth furiously about 9 o'clock. It was now 11, and the raging of the wind over the barren, heathy peninsula still seemed to increase with each fresh blast that tore its way out upon the open sea. The crashing of the waves on the beach was awful to hear, the dreary blackness of the sky terrible to behold. The longer they listened to the storm, the oftener they looked out at it, the fainter grew the hopes which the fisherman's family still strove to cherish for the safety of François Sarzeau and of his younger son, who had gone with him in the boat. There was something impressive in the simplicity of the scene that was now passing within the cottage. On one side of the great, rugged, black fireplace crouched 2 little girls, the younger half asleep, with her head in her sister's lap. These were the daughters of the fisherman, and opposite to them sat their eldest brother, Gabriel. His right arm had been badly wounded in a recent encounter at the national game of the Soule, a sport resembling our English football, but played on both sides in such savage earnest by the people of Brittany as to end always in bloodshed, often in mutilation, sometimes even in loss of life. On the same bench with Gabriel sat his betrothed wife, a girl of 18, clothed in the plain, almost monastic black and white costume of her native district. She was the daughter of a small farmer living at some little distance from the coast. Between the groups formed on either side of the fireplace, the vacant space was occupied by the foot of a truckle bed. In this bed lay a very old man, the father of François Sarzeau. His haggard face was covered with deep wrinkles. His long white hair flowed over the coarse lump of sacking which served him for a pillow, and his light grey eyes wandered incessantly, with a strange expression of terror and suspicion, from person to person, and from object to object, in all parts of the room. Whenever the wind and sea whistled and roared at their loudest, he muttered to himself, and tossed his hands fretfully on his wretched coverlet. On these occasions his eyes always fixed themselves intently on a little delf image of the Virgin, placed in a niche over the fireplace. Every time they saw him look in this direction, Gabriel and the young girls shuddered and crossed themselves, and even the child, who still kept awake, imitated their example. There was one bond of feeling, at least, between the old man and his grandchildren, which connected his age and their youth unnaturally and closely together. This feeling was reverence for the superstitions which had been handed down to them by their ancestors from centuries and centuries back, as far even as the age of the Druids. The spirit warnings of disaster and death which the old man heard in the wailing of the wind, in the crushing of the waves, in the dreary, monotonous rattling of the casement, the young man and his affianced wife, and the little child who cowered by the fireside heard too. All differences in sex, in temperament, in years, superstition was strong enough to strike down to its own dread level in the fisherman's cottage on that stormy night. Besides the benches by the fireside and the bed, the only piece of furniture in the room was a coarse wooden table, with a loaf of black bread, a knife, and a pitcher of cider placed on it. Old nets, coils of rope, tattered sails hung about the walls and over the wooden partition which separated the room into two compartments. Wisps of straw and ears of barley drooped down through the rotten rafters and gaping boards that made the floor of the granary above. These different objects, and the persons in the cottage, who composed the only surviving members of the fisherman's family, were strangely and wildly lit up by the blaze of the fire, and by the still brighter glare of a resin torch stuck into a block of wood in the chimney corner. The red and yellow light played full on the weird face of the old man as he lay opposite to it, and glanced fitfully on the figures of the young girl, Gabrielle, and the two children. The great gloomy shadows rose and fell, and grew and lessened in bulk about the walls like visions of darkness, animated by a supernatural spectre life, while the dense obscurity outside spreading before the curtainless window seemed as a wall of solid darkness that had closed in forever around the fisherman's house. The night scene within the cottage was almost as wild and as dreary to look upon as the night scene without. For a long time the different persons in the room sat together without speaking, even without looking at each other. At last the girl turned and whispered something into Gabriel's ear. "Perrine, what were you saying to Gabriel?" asked the child opposite, seizing the first opportunity of breaking the desolate silence, doubly desolate at her age, which was preserved by all around her. "I was telling him," answered Perrine simply, "that it was time to change the bandages on his arm. And I also said to him what I have often said before, that he must never play at that terrible game of the soul again." The old man had been looking intently at Perrine and his grandchild as they spoke. His harsh, hollow voice mingled with the last soft tones of the young girl, repeating over and over again the same terrible words. "Drowned! Drowned! Son and grandson, both drowned! Both drowned!" "Hush, grandfather," said Gabriel. "We must not lose all hope for them yet. God and the Blessed Virgin protect them." He looked at the little delf image and crossed himself. The others imitated him, except the old man. He still tossed his hands over the coverlet, and still repeated, "Drowned! Drowned!" "Oh, that accursed soul!" groaned the young man. "But for this wound I should have been with my father. The poor boy's life might at least have been saved, for we should then have left him here." "Silence!" exclaimed the harsh voice from the bed. "The wail of dying men rises louder than the loud sea. The devil's psalm-singing roars higher than the roaring wind. Be silent, and listen. François drowned. Pierre drowned. Hark! Hark!" A terrific blast of wind burst over the house as he spoke, shaking it to its center, overpowering all other sounds, even to the deafening crash of the waves. The slumbering child awoke, and uttered a scream of fear. Perrine, who had been kneeling before her lover, binding the fresh bandages on his wounded arm, paused in her occupation, trembling from head to foot. Gabriel looked toward the window. His experience told him what must be the hurricane fury of that blast of wind out at sea, and he sighed bitterly as he murmured to himself, "God help them both. Man's help will be as nothing to them now." "Gabriel!" cried the voice from the bed in altered tones, very faint and trembling. He did not hear or did not attend to the old man. He was trying to soothe and encourage the young girl at his feet. "Don't be frightened, love," he said, kissing her very gently and tenderly on the forehead. "You are as safe here as anywhere. Was I not right in saying that it would be madness to attempt taking you back to the farmhouse this evening? You can sleep in that room, Perrine. When you are tired, you can sleep with the 2 girls." "Gabriel! Brother Gabriel!" cried one of the children. "Oh, look at grandfather!" Gabriel ran to the bedside. The old man had raised himself into a sitting position. His eyes were dilated, his whole face was rigid with terror, his hands were stretched out convulsively towards his grandson. "The white women!" he screamed. "The white women! The grave diggers of the drowned are out on the sea!" The children, with cries of terror, flung themselves into Perrine's arms. Even Gabriel uttered an exclamation of horror, and started back from the bedside. Still the old man reiterated, "The white women! The white women! Open the door, Gabriel! Look out westward, where the ebb tide has left the sand dry. You'll see them bright as lightning in the darkness, mighty as the angels in stature, sweeping like the wind over the sea, in their long white garments, with their white hair trailing far behind them. Open the door, Gabriel! You'll see them stop and hover over the place where your father and your brother have been drowned. You'll see them come on till they reach the sand. You'll see them dig in it with their naked feet and beckon awfully to the raging sea to give up its dead. Open the door, Gabriel, or though it should be the death of me, I will get up and open it myself." Gabriel's face whitened even to his lips, but he made a sign that he would obey. It required the exertion of his whole strength to keep the door open against the wind while he looked out. "Do you see them, grandson Gabriel? Speak the truth, and tell me if you see them," cried the old man. "I see nothing but darkness, pitch darkness," answered Gabriel, letting the door close again. "Ah, woe, woe!" groaned his grandfather, sinking back exhausted on the pillow. "Darkness to you, but bright as lightning to the eyes that are allowed to see them. Drowned, drowned! Pray for their souls, Gabriel. I see the white women even where I lie, and dare not pray for them. Son and grandson, drowned, both drowned." The young man went back to Perrine and the children. "Grandfather is very ill tonight," he whispered. "You had better all go into the bedroom and leave me alone to watch by him." They rose as he spoke, crossed themselves before the image of the Virgin, kissed him one by one, and, without uttering a word, softly entered the little room on the other side of the partition. Gabriel looked at his grandfather, and saw that he lay quiet now, with his eyes closed as if he were already dropping asleep. The young man then heaped some fresh logs on the fire, and sat down by it to watch till morning. Very dreary was the moaning of the night storm, but it was not more dreary than the thoughts which now occupied him in his solitude, thoughts darkened and distorted by the terrible superstitions of his country and his race. Ever since the period of his mother's death he had been oppressed by the conviction that some curse hung over the family. At first they had been prosperous, they had got money, a little legacy had been left them. But this good fortune had availed only for a time. Disaster on disaster strangely and suddenly succeeded. Losses, misfortunes, poverty, want itself had overwhelmed them. His father's temper had become so soured that the oldest friends of François Sarzeau declared he was changed beyond recognition. And now all this past misfortune, the steady, withering household blight of many years, had ended in the last, worst misery of all, in death. The fate of his father and his brother admitted no longer of a doubt. He knew it, as he listened to the storm, as he reflected on his grandfather's words, as he called to mind his own experience of the perils of the sea. And this double bereavement had fallen on him just as the time was approaching for his marriage with Perrine, just when misfortune was most ominous of evil, just when it was hardest to bear. Forebodings, which he dared not realize, began now to mingle with the bitterness of his grief, whenever his thoughts wandered from the present to the future, and as he sat by the lonely fireside, murmuring from time to time the church prayer for the repose of the dead, he almost involuntarily mingled with it another prayer, expressed only in his own simple words, for the safety of the living, for the young girl whose love was his whole earthly treasure, for the motherless children who must now look for protection to him alone. He had sat by the hearth a long, long time, absorbed in his thoughts, not once looking round toward the bed, when he was startled by hearing the sound of his grandfather's voice once more. "Gabriel," whispered the old man, trembling and shrinking as he spoke. "Gabriel, do you hear a dripping of water, now slow, now quick again, on the floor at the foot of my bed?" "I hear nothing, grandfather, but the crackling of the fire and the roaring of the storm outside." "Drip, drip, drip! Faster and faster, plainer and plainer! Take the torch, Gabriel. Look down on the floor, look with all your eyes. Is the place wet there? Is it the rain from heaven that is dropping through the roof?" Gabriel took the torch with trembling fingers, and knelt down on the floor to examine it closely. He started back from the place, as he saw that it was quite dry. The torch dropped upon the hearth. He fell on his knees before the statue of the Virgin, and hid his face. "Is the floor wet? Answer me, I command you! Is the floor wet?" asked the old man, quickly and breathlessly. Gabriel rose, went back to the bedside, and whispered to him that no drop of rain had fallen inside the cottage. As he spoke the words, he saw a change pass over his grandfather's face. The sharp features seemed to wither up on a sudden, the eager expression to grow vacant and deathlike in an instant. The voice, too, altered. It was harsh and querulous no more. Its tones became strangely soft, slow, and solemn, when the old man spoke again. "I hear it still," he said. "Drip, drip, faster and plainer than ever. That ghostly dropping of water is the last and the surest of the fatal signs which have told of your father's and your brother's deaths tonight, and I know from the place where I hear it, the foot of the bed I lie on, that it is a warning to me of my own approaching end. I am called where my son and my grandson have gone before me. My weary time in this world is over at last. Don't let Perrine and the children come in here if they should awake. They are too young to look at death." Gabriel's blood curdled when he heard these words, when he touched his grandfather's hand and felt the chill that it struck to his own, when he listened to the raging wind and knew that all help was miles and miles away from the cottage. Still, in spite of the storm, the darkness, and the distance, he thought not for a moment of neglecting the duty that had been taught him from his childhood, the duty of summoning the priest to the bedside of the dying. "I must call Perrine," he said, "to watch by you while I am away." "Stop!" cried the old man. "Stop, Gabriel! I implore, I command you not to leave me." "The priest, grandfather, your confession." "It must be made to you. In this darkness and this hurricane no man can keep the path across the heath. Gabriel, I am dying. I should be dead before you got back. Gabriel, for the love of the Blessed Virgin, stop here with me till I die. My time is short. I have a terrible secret that I must tell to somebody before I draw my last breath. Your ear to my mouth. Quick, quick." As he spoke the last words, a slight noise was audible on the other side of the partition. The door half opened, and Perrine appeared at it, looking affrightedly into the room. The vigilant eyes of the old man, suspicious even in death, caught sight of her directly. "Go back!" he exclaimed faintly, before she could utter a word. "Go back! Push her back, Gabriel, and nail down the latch in the door, if she won't shut it off herself." "Dear Perrine, go in again," implored Gabriel. "Go in, and keep the children from disturbing us. You will only make him worse. You can be of no use here." She obeyed without speaking, and shut the door again, while the old man clutched him by the arm, and repeated, "Quick, quick! Your ear close to my mouth." Gabriel heard her say to the children, who were both awake, "Let us pray for grandfather." And as he knelt down by the bedside, there stole on his ear the sweet, childish tones of his little sisters, and the soft, subdued voice of the young girl who was teaching them the prayer, mingling divinely with the solemn wailing of wind and sea, rising in a still and awful purity over the hoarse, gasping whispers of the dying man. "I took an oath not to tell it, Gabriel. Lean down closer. I'm weak, and they mustn't hear a word in that room. I took an oath not to tell it, but death is a warrant to all men for breaking such an oath as that. Listen. Don't lose a word I'm saying. Don't look away into the room. The stain of blood guilt has defiled it forever. Hush! 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 Let me speak. Now your father's dead, I can't carry the horrid secret with me into the grave. Just remember, Gabriel, try if you can't remember the time before I was bedridden, 10 years ago and more. It was about 6 weeks, you know, before your mother's death. You can remember it by that. You and all the children were in that room with your mother. You were asleep, I think. It was night, not very late, only 9 o'clock. Your father and I were standing at the door, looking out at the heath in the moonlight. He was so poor at that time, he had been obliged to sell his own boat, and none of the neighbors would take him out fishing with them. Your father wasn't liked by any of the neighbors. Well, we saw a stranger coming towards us, a very young man, with a knapsack on his back. He looked like a gentleman, though he was but poorly dressed. He came up and told us he was dead tired, and didn't think he could reach the town that night, and asked if he would give him shelter till morning. And your father said yes, if he would make no noise, because the wife was ill and the children were asleep. So he said all he wanted was to go to sleep himself before the fire. We had nothing to give him but black bread. He had better food with him than that, and undid his knapsack to get at it. And, Gabriel, I'm sinking. Drink! Something to drink. I'm parched with thirst." Silent and deadly pale, Gabriel poured some of the cider from the pitcher on the table into a drinking cup, and gave it to the old man. Slight as the stimulant was, its effect on him was almost instantaneous. His dull eyes brightened a little, and he went on in the same whispering tones as before. He pulled the food out of his knapsack rather in a hurry, so that some of the other small things in it fell on the floor. Among these was a pocket-book, which your father picked up and gave him back, and he put it in his coat-pocket. There was a tear in one of the sides of the book, and through the hole some banknotes bulged out. I saw them, and so did your father. Don't move away, Gabriel. Keep close. There's nothing in me to shrink from. Well, he shared his food, like an honest fellow, with us, and then put his hand in his pocket and gave me 4 or 5 livres, and then lay down before the fire to go to sleep. As he shut his eyes, your father looked at me in a way I didn't like. He'd been behaving very bitterly and desperately towards us for some time past, being soured about poverty, and your mother's illness, and the constant crying out of you children for more to eat. So when he told me to go and buy some wood, some bread, and some wine with money I had got, I didn't like somehow to leave him alone with a stranger, and so made excuses, saying, which was true, that it was too late to buy things in the village that night. But he told me in a rage to go and do as he bid me, and knock the people up if the shop was shut. So I went out, being dreadfully afraid of your father, as indeed we all were at that time, but I couldn't make up my mind to go far from the house. I was afraid of something happening, though I didn't dare to think what. I don't know how it was, but I stole back in about 10 minutes on tiptoe to the cottage. I looked in at the window and saw, oh God, forgive him, oh God, forgive me, more to drink, Gabriel, I can't speak again, more to drink. The voices in the next room had ceased, but in the minute of silence which now ensued, Gabriel heard his sisters kissing Perrine and wishing her good night. They were all three trying to go asleep again. Gabriel, pray yourself, and teach your children after you to pray, that your father may find forgiveness where he is now gone. I saw him as plainly as I now see you, kneeling with his knife in one hand over the sleeping man. He was taking the little book with the notes in it out of the stranger's pocket. He got the book into his possession and held it quite still in his hand for an instant, thinking, I believe, oh no, I'm sure he was repenting. I'm sure he was going to put the book back, but just at that moment the stranger moved and raised one of his arms as if he was waking up. Then the temptation of the devil grew too strong for your father. I saw him lift the hand with a knife in it, but saw nothing more. I couldn't look in at the window. I couldn't move away. I couldn't cry out. I stood with my back turned towards the house, shivering all over, though it was a warm summer time, and hearing no cries, no noises at all, from the room behind me. I was too frightened to know how long it was before the opening of the cottage door made me turn round, but when I did, I saw your father standing before me in the yellow moonlight, carrying in his arms the bleeding body of the poor lad who had shared his food with us and slept on our hearth. Hush, hush, don't groan and sob in that way. Stifle it with the bedclothes. Hush, you'll wake them up. You'll wake them in the next room. Gabriel, Gabriel, exclaimed a voice from behind the partition. What has happened? Gabriel, let me come out and be with you. No, no, cried the old man, collecting the last remains of his strength in the attempt to speak above the wind, which was just then howling at the loudest. Stay where you are. Don't speak. Don't come out. I command you. Gabriel, his voice dropped to a faint whisper. Raise me up in bed. You must hear the whole of it now. Raise me. I'm choking so that I can hardly speak. Keep close and listen. I can't say much more. Where was I? Ah, your father. He threatened to kill me if I didn't swear to keep it secret, and in terror of my life I swore. He made me help him to carry the body. We took it all across the heath. Oh, horrible, horrible under the bright moon. Lift me higher, Gabriel. You know the great stones yonder, set up by the heathens. You know the hollow place under the stones they call the merchant's table. We had plenty of room to lay him in that, and hide him so, and then we ran back to the cottage. I never dared to go near the place afterward. No, nor your father either. Higher, Gabriel, I'm choking again. We burned the pocket-book and the knapsack, never knew his name. We kept the money to spend. You're not lifting me. You're not listening close enough. Your father said it was a legacy, when you and your mother asked about the money. You hurt me. You shake me to pieces, Gabriel, when you sob like that. It brought a curse on us, the money. The curse has drowned your father and your brother. The curse is killing me. But I've confessed. Tell the priest I confessed before I died. Stop her. Stop Perrine. I hear her getting up. Take his bones away from the merchant's table, and bury them for the love of God. And tell the priest, lift me higher, lift me till I am on my knees. If your father was alive, he'd murder me. But tell the priest, because of my guilty soul, to pray and remember the merchant's table, to bury and to pray always for. As long as Perrine heard faintly the whispering of the old man, though no word that he said reached her ear, she shrank from opening the door in the partition. But when the whispering sounds, which terrified her, she knew not how or why, first faltered, then ceased altogether, when she heard the sobs that followed them, and when her heart told her who was weeping in the next room, then she began to be influenced by a new feeling which was stronger than the strongest fear, and she opened the door without hesitation, almost without trembling. The coverlet was drawn up over the old man. Gabriel was kneeling by the bedside, with his face hidden. When he spoke to him, he neither answered nor looked at her. After a while the sobs that shook him ceased, but still he never moved, except once when she touched him, and then he shuddered under her hand. She called in his little sisters, and they spoke to him, and still he uttered no word in reply. They wept, one by one, often and often. They entreated him with loving words, but the stupor of grief, which held him speechless and motionless, was beyond the power of human tears, stronger even than the strength of human love. It was near daybreak, and the storm was lulling, but still no change occurred at the bedside. Once or twice, as Perrine knelt near Gabriel, still vainly endeavoring to arouse him to a sense of her presence, she thought she heard the old man breathing feebly, and stretched out her hand toward the coverlet. But she could not summon courage to touch him or to look at him. This was the first time she had ever been present at a deathbed. The stillness in the room, the stupor of despair that had seized on Gabriel, so horrified her that she was almost as helpless as the two children by her side. It was not till the dawn looked in at the cottage window, so coldly, so drearily, and yet so reassuringly, that she began to recover her self-possession at all. Then she knew that her best resource would be to summon assistance immediately from the nearest house. While she was trying to persuade the two children to remain alone in the cottage with Gabriel during her temporary absence, she was startled by the sound of footsteps outside the door. It opened, and a man appeared on the threshold, standing still there for a moment in the dim, uncertain light. She looked closer, looked intently at him. It was François Sarzeau himself. End of section 29. Recorded by Silmarillis. Section 30 of After Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. After Dark by Wilkie Collins. The Nun's Story of Gabriel's Marriage, Chapter 2. The fisherman was dripping with wet, but his face, always pale and inflexible, seemed to be but little altered in expression by the perils through which he must have passed during the night. Young Pierre lay almost insensible in his arms. In the astonishment and fright of the first moment, Perrine screamed as she recognized him. There, he said, peevishly, advancing straight to the hearth with his burden. Don't make a noise. You never expected to see us alive again, I dare say. We gave ourselves up as lost, and only escaped after all by a miracle. He laid the boy down where he could get the full warmth of the fire, and then, turning round, took a wicker-covered bottle from his pocket and said, "If it hadn't been for the brandy—" He stopped suddenly, started, put down the bottle on the bench near him, and advanced quickly to the bedside. Perrine looked after him as he went, and saw Gabriel, who had risen when the door was opened, moving back from the bed as Francois approached. The young man's face seemed to have been suddenly struck to stone. Its blank, ghastly whiteness was awful to look at. He moved slowly backward and backward till he came to the cottage wall, then stood quite still, staring on his father with wild, vacant eyes, moving his hands to and fro before him, muttering, but never pronouncing one audible word. Francois did not appear to notice his son. He had the coverlet of the bed in his hand. "Anything the matter here?" he asked, as he drew it down. Still Gabriel could not speak. Perrine saw it, and answered for him. "Gabriel is afraid that his poor grandfather is dead," she whispered nervously. "Dead?" There was no sorrow in the tone as he echoed the word. Was he very bad in the night before his death happened? Did he wander in his mind? He has been rather light-headed lately. He was very restless, and spoke of the ghostly warnings that we all know of. He said he saw and heard many things which told him from the other world that you and Pierre— "Gabriel!" she screamed, suddenly interrupting herself. "Look at him! Look at his face! Your grandfather is not dead!" At this moment Francois was raising his father's head to look closely at him. A faint spasm had indeed passed over the deathly face. The lips quivered, the jaw dropped. Francois shuddered as he looked, and moved away hastily from the bed. At the same instant Gabriel started from the wall. His expression altered, his pale cheeks flushed suddenly, as he snatched up the wicker-cased bottle and poured all the little brandy that was left in it down his grandfather's throat. The effect was nearly instantaneous. The sinking vital forces rallied desperately. The old man's eyes opened again, wandered round the room, then fixed themselves intently on Francois as he stood near the fire. Trying and terrible as his position was at that moment, Gabriel still retained self-possession enough to whisper a few words in Perrine's ear. "Go back again into the bedroom, and take the children with you," he said. "We may have something to speak about, which you had better not hear." "Son Gabriel, your grandfather is trembling all over," said Francois. "If he is dying at all, he is dying of cold. Help me to lift him, bed and all, to the hearth." "No, no, don't let him touch me," gasped the old man. "Don't let him look at me in that way. Don't let him come near me, Gabriel. Is it his ghost, or is it himself?" As Gabriel answered, he heard a knocking at the door. His father opened it, and disclosed to view some people from the neighboring fishing village, who had come, more out of curiosity than sympathy, to inquire whether Francois and the boy Pierre had survived the night. Without asking anyone to enter, the fisherman surlily and shortly answered the various questions addressed to him, standing in his own doorway. While he was thus engaged, Gabriel heard his grandfather muttering vacantly to himself. "Last night! How about last night, grandson? What was I talking about last night? Did I say your father was drowned? Very foolish to say he was drowned and then see him come back alive again. But it wasn't that. I'm so weak in my head, I can't remember. What was it, Gabriel? Something too horrible to speak of? Is that what you're whispering and trembling about? I said nothing horrible. A crime, bloodshed. I know nothing of any crime or bloodshed here. I must have been frightened out of my wits to talk in that way. The merchant's table? Only a big heap of old stones. What with the storm and thinking I was going to die and being afraid about your father, I must have been light-headed. Don't give another thought to that nonsense, Gabriel. I'm better now. We shall all live to laugh at poor grandfather for talking nonsense about crime and bloodshed in his sleep. Ah, poor old man! Last night, light-headed, fancies and nonsense of an old man. Why don't you laugh at it? I'm laughing, so light-headed, so light—" He stopped suddenly. A low cry, partly of terror and partly of pain, escaped him. The look of pining anxiety and imbecile cunning which had distorted his face while he had been speaking faded from it forever. He shivered a little, breathed heavily once or twice, then became quite still. Had he died with a falsehood on his lips? Gabriel looked round and saw that the cottage door was closed, and that his father was standing against it. How long he had occupied that position, how many of the old man's last words he had heard, it was impossible to conjecture, but there was a lowering suspicion in his harsh face as he now looked away from the corpse to his son, which made Gabriel shudder. And the first question that he asked, on once more approaching the bedside, was expressed in tones which, quiet as they were, had a fearful meaning in them. "What did your grandfather talk about last night?" he asked. Gabriel did not answer. All that he had heard, all that he had seen, all the misery and horror that might yet be to come, had stunned his mind. The unspeakable dangers of his present position were too tremendous to be realized. He could only feel them vaguely in the weary torpor that oppressed his heart, while in every other direction the use of his faculties, physical and mental, seemed to have suddenly and totally abandoned him. "Is your tongue wounded, son Gabriel, as well as your arm?" his father went on with a bitter laugh. "I come back to you, saved by a miracle, and you never speak to me. Would you rather I had died than the old man there? He can't hear you now. Why shouldn't you tell me what nonsense he was talking last night?" "You won't? I say you shall." He crossed the room and put his back to the door. "Before either of us leave this place, you shall confess it. You know that my duty to the church bids me to go at once and tell the priest of your grandfather's death. If I leave that duty unfulfilled, remember it is through your fault. You keep me here, for here I stop till I'm obeyed. Do you hear that, idiot? Speak. Speak instantly, or you shall repeat it to the day of your death. I ask again, what did your grandfather say to you when he was wandering in his mind last night?" "He spoke of a crime committed by another, and guiltily kept secret by him," answered Gabriel, slowly and sternly. "And this morning he denied his own words with his last living breath. But last night, if he spoke the truth—" "The truth!" echoed Francois. "What truth?" He stopped, his eyes fell, then turned towards the corpse. For a few minutes he stood steadily contemplating it, breathing quickly, and drawing his hand several times across his forehead. Then he faced his son once more. In that short interval he had become in outward appearance a changed man. Expression, voice, and manner, all were altered. "Heaven forgive me," he went on, "but I could almost laugh at myself, at this solemn moment, for having spoken and acted just now so much like a fool. Denied his words, did he? Poor old man! They say sense often comes back to light-headed people just before death. And he is a proof of it. The fact is, Gabriel, my own wits must have been a little shaken, and no wonder, by what I went through last night, and what I have come home to this morning. As if you, or anybody, could ever really give serious credit to the wandering speeches of a dying old man. Where's Perrine? Why did you send her away? I don't wonder at you still looking a little startled, and feeling low in your mind, and all that, for you've had a trying night of it, trying in every way. He must have been a good deal shaken in his wits last night, between fears about himself and fears about me. To think of my being angry with you, Gabriel, for being a little alarmed, very naturally, by an old man's queer fancies. Come out, Perrine, come out of the bedroom whenever you are tired of it. You must learn sooner or later to look at death calmly. Shake hands, Gabriel. Let us make it up, and say no more about what has passed. You won't? Still angry with me for what I said to you just now? Ah! You'll think better about it by the time I return. Come out, Perrine, we have no secrets here. Where are you going to? Asked Gabriel, as he saw his father hastily open the door. To tell the priest that one of his congregation is dead, and to have the death registered, answered Francois. These are my duties, and must be performed before I take any rest." He went out hurriedly as he said these words. Gabriel almost trembled at himself when he found that he breathed more freely, that he felt less horribly oppressed both in mind and body the moment his father's back was turned. Fearful as thought was now, it was still a change for the better to be capable of thinking at all. Was the behavior of his father compatible with innocence? Could the old man's confused denial of his own words in the morning, and in the presence of his son, be set for one instant against the circumstantial confession that he had made during the night alone with his grandson? These were the terrible questions which Gabriel now asked himself, and which he shrank involuntarily from answering. And yet that doubt, the solution of which would, one way or the other, irrevocably affect the whole future of his life, must sooner or later be solved at any hazard. Was there any way of setting it at rest? Yes, one way. To go instantly, while his father was absent, and examine the hollow place under the merchant's table. If his grandfather's confession had really been made while he was in possession of his senses, this place, which Gabriel knew to be covered in from wind and weather, had never been visited since the commission of the crime by the perpetrator, or by his unwilling accomplice. Though time had destroyed all besides, the hair and the bones of the victim would still be left to bear witness to the truth, if truth had indeed been spoken. As this conviction grew on him, the young man's cheek paled, and he stopped irresolute halfway between the hearth and the door. Then he looked down doubtfully at the corpse on the bed, and then there came upon him suddenly a revulsion of feeling, a wild, feverish impatience to know the worst without another instant of delay possessed him. Only telling Perrine that he should be back soon, and that she must watch by the dead in his absence, he left the cottage at once, without waiting to hear her reply, even without looking back as he closed the door behind him. There were 2 tracks to the merchant's table, one, the longer of the 2, by the coast cliffs, the other across the heath. But this latter path was also, for some little distance, the path which led to the village and the church. He was afraid of attracting his father's attention here, so he took the direction of the coast. At one spot the track trended inland, winding round some of the many Druid monuments scattered over the country. This place was on high ground, and commanded a view, at no great distance, of the path leading to the village, just where it branched off from the heathy ridge which ran in the direction of the merchant's table. Here Gabriel descried the figure of a man standing with his back toward the coast. This figure was too far off to be identified with absolute certainty, but it looked like, and might well be, Francois Sarzeau. Whoever he was, the man was evidently uncertain which way he should proceed. When he moved forward, it was first to advance several paces towards the merchant's table. Then he went back again toward the distant cottages and the church. Twice he hesitated thus, the second time pausing long before he appeared finally to take the way that led to the village. Leaving the post of observation among the stones, at which he had instinctively halted for some minutes past, Gabriel now proceeded on his own path. Could this man really be his father? And if it were so, why did Francois Sarzeau only determine to go to the village where his business lay, after having twice vainly attempted to persevere in taking the exactly opposite direction of the merchant's table? Did he really desire to go there? Had he heard the name mentioned when the old man referred to it in his dying words? And had he failed to summon courage enough to make all safe by removing— This last question was too horrible to be pursued. Gabriel stifled it affrightedly in his own heart as he went on. He reached the great Druid monument without meeting a living soul on his way. The sun was rising, and the mighty storm clouds of the night were parting asunder wildly over the whole eastward horizon. The waves still leaped and foamed gloriously, but the gale had sunk to a keen fresh breeze. As Gabriel looked up and saw how brightly the promise of a lovely day was written in the heavens, he trembled at the thought of the search which he was now about to make. The sight of the fair, fresh sunrise jarred horribly with the suspicions of committed murder that were rankling foully in his heart. But he knew that his errand must be performed, and he nerved himself to go through with it, for he dared not return to the cottage until the mystery had been cleared up at once and forever. The merchant's table was formed by 2 huge stones resting horizontally on 3 others. In the troubled times of more than half a century ago, regular tourists were unknown among the Druid monuments of Brittany, and the entrance to the hollow place under the stones, since often visited by strangers, was at this time nearly choked up by brambles and weeds. Gabriel's first look at this tangled nook of briars convinced him that the place had not been entered perhaps for years by any living being. Without allowing himself to hesitate, for he felt that the slightest delay might be fatal to his resolution, he passed as gently as possible through the brambles, and knelt down at the low, dusky, irregular entrance of the hollow place under the stones. His heart throbbed violently, his breath almost failed him, but he forced himself to crawl a few feet into the cavity, and then groped with his hand on the ground about him. He touched something which it made his flesh creep to handle, something which he would fain have dropped, but which he grasped tight in spite of himself. He drew back into the outer air and sunshine. Was it a human bone? No. He had been the dupe of his own morbid terror. He had only taken up a fragment of dried wood. Feeling shame at such self-deception as this, he was about to throw the wood from him before he re-entered the place, when another idea occurred to him. Though it was dimly lighted through 1 or 2 chinks in the stones, the far part of the interior of the cavity was still too dusky to admit of perfect examination by the eye, even on a bright sunshiny morning. Observing this, he took out the tinder box and matches, which, like the other inhabitants of the district, he always carried about with him for the purpose of lighting his pipe, determining to use the piece of wood as a torch which might illuminate the darkest corner of the place when he next entered it. Fortunately, the wood had remained so long and had been preserved so dry in its sheltered position that it caught fire almost as easily as a piece of paper. The moment it was fairly aflame, Gabriel went into the cavity, penetrating at once, this time to its furthest extremity. He remained among the stones long enough for the wood to burn down nearly to his hand. When he came out and flung the burning fragment from him, his face was flushed deeply, his eyes sparkled. He leaped carelessly on to the heath, over the bushes through which he had threaded his way so warily but a few minutes before, exclaiming, "I may marry Perrine with a clear conscience now. I am the son of as honest a man as there is in Brittany." He had closely examined the cavity in every corner, and not the slightest sign that any dead body had ever been laid there was visible in the hollow place under the merchant's table. End of section 30. Recording by Silmarillis. Section 31 of After Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. After Dark by Wilkie Collins. The Nun's Story of Gabriel's Marriage, Chapter 3. I may marry Perrine with a clear conscience now. There are some parts of the world where it would be drawing no natural picture of human nature to represent a son as believing conscientiously that an offence against life and the laws of hospitality, secretly committed by his father, rendered him, though innocent of all participation in it, unworthy to fulfill his engagement with his affianced wife. Among the simple inhabitants of Gabriel's province, however, such acuteness of conscientious sensibility as this was no extraordinary exception to all general rules. Ignorant and superstitious as they might be, the people of Brittany practiced the duties of hospitality as devoutly as they practiced the duties of the national religion. The presence of the stranger guest, rich or poor, was a sacred presence at their hearths. His safety was their especial charge, his property their especial responsibility. They might be half-starved, but they were ready to share the last crust with him, nevertheless, as they would share it with their own children. Any outrage on the virtue of hospitality, thus born and bred in the people, was viewed by them with universal disgust, and punished with universal execration. This ignominy was uppermost in Gabriel's thoughts by the side of his grandfather's bed. The dread of his worst dishonour, which there was no wiping out, held him speechless before Perrine, shamed and horrified him, so that he felt unworthy to look her in the face. And when the result of his search at the merchant's table proved the absence there of all evidence of the crime spoken of by the old man, the blessed relief, the absorbing triumph of that discovery, was expressed entirely in the one thought which had prompted his first joyful words. He could marry Perrine with a clear conscience, for he was the son of an honest man. When he returned to the cottage, François had not come back. Perrine was astonished at the change in Gabriel's manner. Even Pierre and the children remarked it. Rest and warmth had by this time so far recovered the younger brother that he was able to give some account of the perilous adventures of the night at sea. They were still listening to the boy's narrative when François at last returned. It was now Gabriel who held out his hand and made the first advances towards reconciliation. To his utter amazement, his father recoiled from him. The variable temper of François had evidently changed completely during his absence at the village. A settled scowl of distrust darkened his face as he looked at his son. "I never shake hands with people who have once doubted me," he exclaimed, loudly and irritably, "for I always doubt them forever after. You are a bad son. You have suspected your father of some infamy that you dare not openly charge him with, on no other testimony than the rambling nonsense of a half-witted dying old man. Don't speak to me. I won't hear you. An innocent man and a spy are bad company. Go and denounce me, you Judas in disguise. I don't care for your secret or for you. What's that girl Perrine doing here still? Why hasn't she gone home long ago? The priest's coming. We don't want strangers in the house of death. Take her back to the farmhouse and stop there with her. If you like, nobody wants you here." There was something in the manner and look of the speaker as he uttered these words, so strange, so sinister, so indescribably suggestive of his meaning much more than he said, that Gabriel felt his heart sink within him instantly. And almost at the same moment this fearful question forced itself irresistibly on his mind. Might not his father have followed him to the merchant's table? Even if he had been desired to speak, he could not have spoken now, while that question and the suspicion that it brought with it were utterly destroying all the reassuring hopes and convictions of the morning. The mental suffering produced by the sudden change from pleasure to pain in all his thoughts reacted on him physically. He felt as if he were stifling in the air of the cottage, in the presence of his father, and when Perrine hurried on her walking attire, and with a face which alternately flushed and turned pale with every moment, approached the door, he went out with her as hastily as if he had been flying from his home. Never had the fresh air and the free daylight felt like heavenly and guardian influences to him until now. He could comfort Perrine under his father's harshness. He could assure her of his own affection, which no earthly influence could change, while they walked together toward the farmhouse. But he could do no more. He durst not confide to her the subject that was uppermost in his mind. Of all human beings she was the last to whom he could reveal the terrible secret that was festering at his heart. As soon as they got within sight of the farmhouse, Gabriel stopped, and, promising to see her again soon, took leave of Perrine with assumed ease in his manner, and with real despair in his heart. Whatever the poor girl might think of it, he felt, at that moment, that he had not courage to face her father, and hear him talk happily and pleasantly, as his custom was, of Perrine's approaching marriage. Left to himself, Gabriel wandered hither and thither over the open heath, neither knowing nor caring in what direction he turned his steps. The doubts about his father's innocence, which had been dissipated by his visit to the merchant's table, that father's own language and manner had now revived, had even confirmed, though he dared not yet acknowledge so much to himself. It was terrible enough to be obliged to admit that the result of his morning's search was, after all, not conclusive, that the mystery was, in very truth, not yet cleared up. The violence of his father's last words of distrust, the extraordinary and indescribable changes in his father's manner while uttering them, what did these things mean? Guilt or innocence? Again, was it any longer reasonable to doubt the deathbed confession made by his grandfather? Was it not, on the contrary, far more probable that the old man's denial on the morning of his own words at night had been made under the influence of a panic terror, when his moral consciousness was bewildered and his intellectual faculties were sinking? The longer Gabriel thought of these questions, the less competent, possibly also the less willing, he felt to answer them. Should he seek advice from others wiser than he? No, not while the thousandth part of the chance remained that his father was innocent. This thought was still in his mind when he found himself once more in sight of his home. He was still hesitating near the door, when he saw it opened cautiously. His brother Pierre looked out, and then came running toward him. "Come in, Gabriel, oh, do come in," said the boy earnestly. "We are afraid to be alone with father. He's been beating us for talking of you." Gabriel went in. His father looked up from the hearth where he was sitting, muttered the word "spy," and made a gesture of contempt, but did not address a word directly to his son. The hours passed on in silence. Afternoon waned into evening, and evening into night, and still he never spoke to any of his children. Soon after it was dark he went out, and took his net with him, saying that it was better to be alone on the sea than in the house with a spy. When he returned the next morning there was no change in him. Days passed, weeks, months even elapsed, and still, though his manner insensibly became what it used to be toward his other children, it never altered towards his eldest son. At the rare periods when they now met, except when absolutely obliged to speak, he preserved total silence in his intercourse with Gabriel. He would never take Gabriel out with him in the boat. He would never sit alone with Gabriel in the house. He would never eat a meal with Gabriel. He would never let the other children talk to him about Gabriel. And he would never hear a word in expostulation, a word in reference to anything his dead father had said or done on the night of the storm, from Gabriel himself. The young man pined and changed, so that even Perrine hardly knew him again, under this cruel system of domestic excommunication, under the wearing influence of the one unchanging doubt which never left him, and, more than all, under the incessant reproaches of his own conscience, aroused by the sense that he was evading a responsibility which it was his solemn, his immediate duty to undertake. But no sting of conscience, no ill-treatment at home, and no self-reproaches for failing in his duty of confession as a good Catholic, were powerful enough in their influence over Gabriel to make him disclose the secret, under the oppression of which his very life was wasting away. He knew that if he once revealed it, whether his father was ultimately proved to be guilty or innocent, there would remain a slur and a suspicion on the family, and on Perrine besides, from her approaching connection with it, which in their time and in their generation could never be removed. The reproach of the world is terrible even in the crowded city, where many of the dwellers in our abiding place are strangers to us, but it is far more terrible in the country, where none near us are strangers, where all talk of us and know of us, where nothing intervenes between us and the tyranny of the evil tongue. Gabriel had no courage to face this, and dare the fearful chance of lifelong ignominy, no, not even to serve the sacred interests of justice, of atonement, and of truth. End of section 31. Recording by Silmarillis. Section 32 of After Dark. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. After Dark by Wilkie Collins. The Nun's Story of Gabriel's Marriage, Chapter 4, Part 1. While Gabriel still remained prostrated under the affliction that was wasting his energies of body and mind, Brittany was visited by a great public calamity, in which all private misfortunes were overwhelmed for a while. It was now the time when the ever-gathering storm of the French Revolution had risen to its hurricane climax. Those chiefs of the new republic were in power whose last worst madness it was to decree the extinction of religion and the overthrow of everything that outwardly symbolized it throughout the whole of the country that they governed. Already this decree had been executed to the letter in and around Paris, and now the soldiers of the republic were on their way to Brittany, headed by commanders whose commission was to root out the Christian religion in the last and the surest of the strongholds still left to it in France. These men began their work in a spirit worthy of the worst of their superiors who had sent them to do it. They gutted churches, they demolished chapels, they overthrew roadside crosses wherever they found them. The terrible guillotine devoured human lives in the villages of Brittany as it had devoured them in the streets of Paris. The musket and the sword, in highway and byway, wreaked havoc on the people, even on women and children kneeling in the act of prayer. The priests were tracked night and day from one hiding place, where they still offered up worship, to another, and were killed as soon as overtaken. Every atrocity was committed in every district. But the Christian religion still spread wider than the widest bloodshed, still sprang up with ever-renewed vitality from under the very feet of the men whose vain fury was powerless to trample it down. Everywhere the people remained true to their faith. Everywhere the priests stood firm by them in their sorest need. The executioners of the Republic had been sent to make Brittany a country of apostates, but they did their worst and left it a country of martyrs. One evening, while this frightful persecution was still raging, Gabriel happened to be detained unusually late at the cottage of Perrine's father. He had lately spent much of his time at the farmhouse. It was his only refuge now from that place of suffering, of silence, and of secret shame which he had once called home. Just as he had taken leave of Perrine for the night, and was about to open the farmhouse door, her father stopped him, and pointed to a chair in the chimney corner. "Leave us alone, my dear," said the old man to his daughter. "I want to speak to Gabriel. You can go to your mother in the next room." The words which Père Bonan, as he was called by the neighbors, had now to say in private were destined to lead to very unexpected events. After referring to the alteration which had appeared of late in Gabriel's manner, the old man began by asking him, sorrowfully but not suspiciously, whether he still preserved his old affection for Perrine. On receiving an eager answer in the affirmative, Père Bonan then referred to the persecution still raging through the country, and to the consequent possibility that he, like others of his countrymen, might yet be called to suffer, and perhaps to die, for the cause of his religion. If this last act of self-sacrifice were required of him, Perrine would be left unprotected, unless her affianced husband performed his promise to her, and assumed, without delay, the position of her lawful guardian. "Let me know that you will do this," concluded the old man. "I shall be resigned to all that may be required of me, if I can only know that I shall not die leaving Perrine unprotected." Gabriel gave the promise, gave it with his whole heart. As he took leave of Père Bonan, the old man said to him, "Come here tomorrow. I shall know more then than I know now. I shall be able to fix with certainty the day for the fulfillment of your engagement with Perrine." Why did Gabriel hesitate at the farmhouse door, looking back on Père Bonan, as though he would fain say something, and yet not speaking a word? Why, after he had gone out and walked onward several paces, did he suddenly stop, return quickly to the farmhouse, stand irresolute before the gate, and then retrace his steps, sighing heavily as he went, but never pausing again on his homeward way? Because the torment of his horrible secret had grown harder to bear than ever, since he had given the promise that had been required of him. Because, while a strong impulse moved him frankly to lay bare his hidden dread and doubt, while a strong impulse moved him frankly to lay bare his hidden dread and doubt to the father whose beloved daughter was soon to be his wife, there was a yet stronger passive influence which paralyzed on his lips the terrible confession that he knew not whether he was the son of an honest man, or the son of an assassin and a robber. Made desperate by his situation, he determined, while he hastened homeward, to risk the worst, and ask that fatal question of his father in plain words. But this supreme trial for parent and child was not to be. When he entered the cottage, Francois was absent. He had told the younger children that he should not be home again before noon on the next day. Early in the morning Gabriel repaired to the farmhouse, as he had been bidden. Influenced by his love for Perrine, blindly confiding in the faint hope which, in despite of heart and conscience, he still forced himself to cherish, that his father might be innocent, he now preserved the appearance at least of perfect calmness. If I tell my secret to Perrine's father, I risk disturbing in him that confidence in the future safety of his child for which I am his present and only warrant. Something like this thought was in Gabriel's mind, as he took the hand of Père Bonan, and waited anxiously to hear what was required of him on that day. "We have a short respite from danger, Gabriel," said the old man. "News has come to me that the spoilers of our churches and the murderers of our congregations have been stopped on their way hitherward by tidings which have reached them from another district. This interval of peace and safety will be a short one. We must take advantage of it while it is yet ours. My name is among the names on the list of the denounced. If the soldiers of the Republic find me here... But we will say nothing more of this. It is of Perrine and of you that I must now speak. On this very evening your marriage may be solemnized with all the wonted rites of our holy religion, and the blessing may be pronounced over you by the lips of a priest. This evening, therefore, Gabriel, you must become the husband and the protector of Perrine. Listen to me attentively, and I will tell you how." This was the substance of what Gabriel now heard from Père Bonan. Not very long before the persecutions broke out in Brittany, a priest, known generally by the name of Father Paul, was appointed to a curacy in one of the northern districts of the province. He fulfilled all the duties of his station in such a manner as to win the confidence and affection of every member of his congregation, and was often spoken of with respect, even in parts of the country distant from the scene of his labors. It was not, however, until the troubles broke out, and the destruction and bloodshed began, that he became renowned far and wide, from one end of Brittany to another. From the date of the very first persecutions, the name of Father Paul was a rallying cry on the hunted peasantry. He was their great encouragement, under oppression, their example in danger, their last and only consoler in their hour of death. Wherever havoc and ruin raged most fiercely, wherever the pursuit was hottest and the slaughter most cruel, there the intrepid priest was sure to be seen pursuing his sacred duties in defiance of every peril. His hairbreadth escapes from death, his extraordinary reappearances in parts of the country where no one ever expected to see him again, were regarded by the poorer classes with superstitious awe. Wherever Father Paul appeared, with his black dress, his calm face, and the ivory crucifix which he always carried in his hand, the people reverenced him as more than mortal, and grew at last to believe that, single-handed, he would successfully defend his religion against the armies of the Republic. But their simple confidence in his powers of resistance was soon destined to be shaken. Fresh reinforcements arrived in Brittany, and overran the whole province from one end to the other. One morning, after celebrating service in a dismantled church, and after narrowly escaping with his life from those who pursued him, the priest disappeared. Secret inquiries were made after him in all directions, but he was heard of no more. Many weary days had passed, and the dispirited peasantry had already mourned him as dead, when some fishermen on the northern coast observed a ship of light burden in the offing, making signals to the shore. They put off to her in their boats, and on reaching the deck saw standing before them the well-remembered figure of Father Paul. The priest had returned to his congregations, and had founded the new altar that they were to worship at on the deck of the ship. Raised from the face of the earth, their church had not been destroyed, for Father Paul and the priests who acted with him had given that church a refuge on the sea. Henceforth their children could still be baptized, their sons and daughters could still be married, the burial of their dead could still be solemnized under the sanction of the old religion for which, not vainly, they had suffered so patiently and so long. Throughout the remaining time of trouble the services were uninterrupted on board the ship. A code of signals was established by which those on shore were always enabled to direct their brethren at sea toward such parts of the coast as happened to be uninfested by the enemies of their worship. On the morning of Gabriel's visit to the farmhouse, these signals had shaped the course of the ship toward the extremity of the peninsula of Quiberon. The people on the district were all prepared to expect the appearance of the vessel some time in the evening, and had their boats ready at a moment's notice to put off and attend the service. At the conclusion of the service, Père Bonan had arranged that the marriage of his daughter and Gabriel was to take place. They waited for evening at the farmhouse. A little before sunset, the ship was signaled as in sight, and then Père Bonan and his wife, followed by Gabriel and Perrine, set forth over the heath of the beach. With the solitary exception of François Sarzeau, the whole population of the neighborhood was already assembled there, Gabriel's brother and sisters being among the number. It was the calmest evening that had been known for months. There was not a cloud in the lustrous sky, not a ripple on the still surface of the sea. The smallest children were suffered by their mothers to stray down on the beach as they pleased, for the waves of the great ocean slept as tenderly and noiselessly on their sandy bed as if they had been changed into the waters of an inland lake. Slow, almost imperceptible, was the approach of the ship. There was hardly a breath of wind to carry her on. She was just drifting gently with the landward set of the tide at that hour, while her sails hung idly against the masts. Long after the sun had gone down, the congregation still waited and watched on the beach. The moon and stars were arrayed in their glory of the night before the ship dropped anchor. Then the muffled tolling of a bell came solemnly across the quiet waters, and then, from every creek along the shore, as far as the eye could reach, the black forms of the fishermen's boats shot out swift and stealthy into the shining sea. By the time the boats had arrived alongside of the ship, the lamp had been kindled before the altar, and its flame was gleaming red and dull in the radiant moonlight. 2 of the priests on board were clothed in their robes of office, and were waiting in their appointed places to begin the service. But there was a third, dressed only in the ordinary attire of his calling, who mingled with the congregation and spoke a few words to each of the persons composing it, as, one by one, they mounted the sides of the ship. Those who had never seen him before knew by the famous ivory crucifix in his hand that the priest who received them was Father Paul. Gabriel looked at this man, whom he now beheld for the first time, with a mixture of astonishment and awe, for he saw that the renowned chief of the Christians of Brittany was, to all appearance, but little older than himself. The expression on the pale, calm face of the priest was so gentle and kind that children just able to walk tottered up to him, and held familiarly by the skirts of his black gown, whenever his clear blue eyes rested on theirs, while he beckoned them to his side. No one would ever have guessed from the countenance of Father Paul what deadly perils he had confronted, but for the scar of a sabre wound as yet hardly healed, which ran across his forehead. That wound had been dealt while he was kneeling before the altar in the last church in Brittany, which had escaped spoliation. He would have died where he knelt, but for the peasants who were praying with him, and who, unarmed as they were, threw themselves like tigers on the soldiery, and at awful sacrifice of their own lives saved the life of their priest. There was not a man now on board the ship who would have hesitated, had the occasion called for it again, to have rescued him in the same way. The service began. since the days when the primitive Christians worshipped amid the caverns of the earth, can any service be imagined nobler in itself or sublimer in the circumstances surrounding it than that which was now offered up? Here was no artificial pomp, no gaudy profusion of ornament, no attendant grandeur of man's creation. All around this church spread the hushed and awful majesty of the tranquil sea. The roof of this cathedral was the immeasurable heaven, the pure moon its one great light, the countless glories of the stars its only adornment. Here were no hired singers or rich priest-princes, nor curious sightseers or careless lovers of sweet sounds. This congregation and they who had gathered it together were all poor alike, all persecuted alike, all worshipping alike, to the overthrow of their worldly interests, and at the imminent peril of their lives. How brightly and tenderly the moonlight shone up the altar and the people before it! How solemnly and divinely the deep harmonies, as they chanted the penitential psalms, mingled with the hoarse singing of the freshening night breeze in the rigging of the ship! How sweetly the still rushing murmur of many voices, as they uttered the responses together, now died away and now rose again softly into the mysterious night! Of all the members of the congregation, young or old, there was but one over whom that impressive service exercised no influence of consolation or of peace. That one was Gabriel. Often, throughout the day, his reproaching conscience had spoken within him again and again. Often, when he joined the little assembly on the beach, he turned away his face in secret shame and apprehension from Perrine and her father. Vainly, after gaining the deck of the ship, did he try to meet the eye of Father Paul, as frankly, as readily, and as affectionately as others met it. The burden of concealment seemed too heavy to be borne in the presence of the priest, and yet, torment as it was, he still bore it. But when he knelt with the rest of the congregation and saw Perrine kneeling by his side, when he felt the calmness of the solemn night and the still sea filling his heart, when the sounds of the first prayer spoke with that dread spiritual language of their own to his soul, then the remembrance of the confession which he had neglected, and the terror of receiving unprepared the sacrament which he knew would be offered to him, grew too vivid to be endured. The sense that he merited no longer, though once worthy of it, the confidence in his perfect truth and candor placed in him by the woman with whom he was soon to stand before the altar, overwhelmed him with shame. The mere act of kneeling among that congregation, the passive accomplice by his silence and secrecy, for aught he knew to the contrary, of a crime which it was his bounden duty to denounce, appalled him as if he had already committed sacrilege that could never be forgiven. Tears flowed down his cheeks, though he strove to repress them. Sobs burst from him, though he tried to stifle them. He knew that others beside Perrine were looking at him in astonishment and alarm, but he could neither control himself, nor move to leave his place, nor raise his eyes even, until suddenly he felt a hand laid on his shoulder. That touch, slight as it was, ran through him instantly. He looked up and saw Father Paul standing by his side. End of section 32. Recording by Silmarillis.